Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Ojibwe, Innu Cree, and Dakota peoples, and the national homeland of Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation and Treaty 3 territory. My name is Neil Harden. I'm chairing today's panel. With me are Tracy Anderson and Richard Whitbread, and the assessor today is Jeremy Pohl, and the administrative personnel is Phoebe Graywood. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matter for which revision is requested have been described in each application and will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony. Anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the board. The board is appointed annually by council and is independent of it in the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value reclassification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions the applicant may have, then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about a hearing has been about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We'll be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. Ms. Graywood, please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony.
State your full name.
Jeremy Ryan Pohl.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Neufeld, please state your full name.
Rocky Neufeld.
Do you affirm the evidence you're about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, our first property on the agenda is 605 Des Mirons Street. So, Mr. Pohl, you can begin.
File number is 243675. Roll number is 0606075100. 605 Des Mirons. The 2025 assessed value is for $2,706,000. We have a property that was built in 1989. We have approximate leaseable area of 13,892 square feet. If you look on my page 2, shows the leases that are in place. They are of a semi-gross nature. They're semi-gross nature. If you look on page 5, shows the layout of this, or the location of the subject property. Sun Des Mirons, just off of Provencher. On page 6, we have some file folders of the subject property, so we can go through it briefly. And these were from 2018. So if you go through, we just look through, it shows the first floor and the second floor, as well as the basement boardroom and a basement lounge, basement eating area. So they end at page 16. On page 17 is a review of the tenancies that are in place. Little Nutrition Inc. It's on page 17. And then as we go through, see the other tendencies on page 18. Rainier International Trade Secretariat on page 19. From that point, on page 20 starts our comparables. I should say on page 19 starts comparables. We're looking at the Provencher region, local rent. You look on my page 19 at the bottom, we see the subject property at the bottom right, there's a little red icon on it. Directly north, about a block and a half north or so, we have 383 Provencher, which is on the corner, approximate corner of Dismirons and Provencher. And at the other end of Provencher, next to Cache, we have 131 Provencher. So we have comparables that are close to get to the subject property. They are shown at page 20. 3 Provencher, as you see, it's a little less than the subject property. I rate it as 131 Provencher is a little greater than the subject property. If you look on page 21, shows the comparables that we use in place for 7 series that have leased out approximately 7,000 square feet. We have $12.24 weighted average, $12.93 average, and a median of $14.25 for 131 Provencher. Comps 8 through 15. We have 36,591 square feet leased out, with an average of $15.63, weighted average of $14.69, and a median of $15.13. On page 22 is the work of our valuation. For 13,892 square feet, we have $13.87 applied to it, which gives us a PGI of 192,817. So we have a rent in between 2 comparables, in which the subject property would naturally sit. It's a little better than the first comparable, a little worse. I would say worse, but a little less than the second comparable. But we have a $13.87 applied to it. Effective gross income after 6% vacancy is $181,248. Expenses at 3%. And shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $169,143, capped at 6.25% is $2,706,000. And our capitalization chart, since we'll be bringing this up, is on page 24. We would have this as a suburban B or miscellaneous. If you're looking at the Johnson report. Our rent, or I should say, our capitalization rate ranges from 5.25% to 6.75% for the 20th and 80th percentiles, and that is within range of Colliers at 6% to 7%, and CBRE is just a little outside of that, as well as Cushman & Wakefield. So that's the information we have for the capitalization rate. And with that, I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld? You're muted, Mr. Neufeld.
No, I know. It just takes me a while to find it sometimes. Sorry, I just 1 second. I was just in the middle of a calculation, and I just wanted to finish it. Okay, sorry. What was I'm just starting from the beginning. So what was the property before its current usage, or do you know?
I can go back. Great deal on it.
Was it,
Just valued as it sits.
to your knowledge, was this built as an office building, or was it built for a different usage?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay. And I'm just wondering why on page 1, the effective year is a range, and what may have transpired to consider it a range rather than 1989. Oh, I thought I was asking a question. What was I not?
Said I could not tell you.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I
If you
didn't know.
have if you have an understanding of the former use of the building from years ago.
That's fine. If you don't know, it's fine. Um, in the dimensions, plan area of 5,842, and leasable 13,892, then do you, have you have that separated by floor? I'm just wondering if your premise IDs are identifiable by floor.
I don't believe they've, we,
You just,
I wouldn't be able to sit comment on that at this point.
okay, no, you have, I'm looking on page
All right.
22.
Yeah, I'm gonna get there too. C9 would be obviously basement, for 3098 and for 3101. The other C2s, I couldn't comment whether they're on the upper or lower.
Okay, well, it just appears to me that there's one large premise at 5,462, which I'm assuming is the second floor then.
Could be,
And then the other ones at 25, 20, 15, 50, and 910 represent the first floor. Is that, I mean,
based on the tendency that we've seen reported, just I would say that's safe.
okay. And then and then as you mentioned, 3,450 square feet in the basement. Did you have an opportunity to review plans and notes made from the assessor's visit?
Just the pictures that showed and obviously the tendencies that were in place in 2018.
You did not take these pictures, did you? I'm seeing
Trying to get their file 2018 photos, we have them on file.
okay. And do you know the purpose of this visit?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. And I don't mean to lead in any way, but this visit was intended to determine the rentable area of the building and resolve differences. And I'm just wondering if there were any notes in your files that would indicate how the reconciliation was done.
Well, I didn't find any. Obviously, we have the pictures. There's a purpose for that. How it works is on our filing system is we just put the images into her address. I'm just looking at that. I'm not going over the history of past assessments.
So if you don't have the information, that's okay. On page 3, the form that they filled out, did you add up the total area indicated?
I know there's a discrepancy between the gross floor area that we have at 11,662 and leasable area at 13,892. Obviously, that's going to come into.
Well, I mean, I added this up to, that's what I was taking me so long. It appears to be 9,647 square feet.
Yeah, and they could also not have someone in, like, they might not have reported a space. Obviously, we have the leasable area that we have, you have 13,000 or so. We have 13,892 and we have a leasable area of 11,682. So there is.
So just getting back to that dimension. So if they have a plan area, oh, and incidentally, did you note that the basement area is, never mind, the plan area of 5,842, and you have, I guess, a single floor tenant at 5,400 as a premise 54, I believe 62 in your premise ID in page 22. Would that indicate deductions for vertical penetrations and stairwells, elevators, that sort of thing?
Typically, we go with what the leasable areas are reported to us. We use that. Now, if just so we're clear, if one CRU, if they're leasing out but it was two CRUs and they're reporting it as such over 2 floors, we'll simply usually take the totality of that and use that as a PID or a premise ID number. Might not necessarily be broken up into 2 separate premise ID numbers. So how you're trying to get the areas may not always work. It's not the most accurate way to go about it.
Well, going back to the form on page 3, they're reporting the second floor area is 3,250 square feet, and it is the only tenant on the floor, the owner. I'm just wondering how where, if you said that you look at what they're claiming, where this showed up on your page 22.
We would obviously have for business assessment purposes, we would go in, we would have a business assessment. Those business assessments would then take those areas. If there is some discrepancy between what's physically there and what we have on file, this is the first you're bringing it up with me, so.
That's why I was bringing up the question if you didn't review the notes, because we did bring this up 4 years ago. And you don't have that information. Okay. Page 22, is this all done by the model?
Yes, it is.
And your comparables, have you been in any of your comparables?
Been in 3, sorry, 382 Provenche, and I have not been in 131 Provenche, but I have looked at interior photos we have of the subject property.
So 380
of that property, I should say.
So you say 383 Provenche. So you did not indicate that these are all condominium units.
They're not anymore.
Wouldn't that have a bearing?
It was a condominium. I had it under appeal, dealt with it years ago. It was a condominium. And then it was converted over to single home. So it's no longer a condominium. And that was years ago.
The sites do not seem to indicate a provision for economy of scale. How do you reconcile that?
Repeat your question.
The rents do not seem to indicate an economy of scale in 383 Provenche. How has this been reconciled?
Exactly, the rents that you see are exactly the rents that are in place. There are 7 comparables. That's what's shown. There is no reconciliation. We're simply doing an average, weighted average, median, and a min and max.
Okay, but again, you would say that you do this by the model, and the model, of course, deals with statistical analysis. In this particular, I'll just point out that there's the lowest rent in 2018, $975. Larger spaces, leased in 2018, had higher rents. Is that what you would expect to see in a rental property?
I think you're putting too much weight onto one individual rent.
I'm not asking for your opinion of what I'm doing. I'm asking about statistical analysis.
I didn't do a statistical analysis other than what you see on this page. There's not enough data here to do economies of scale. I have done an economies of scale at the Class A and Class B level. Part of my analysis at the municipal board, properly done. When you have enough market data to do that, you can carry that out. You cannot do that for order division level hearing when you're looking at 15 comparables or isolated into one property, 7 comparables.
Okay, so I don't think we needed the extraneous issue about the municipal board, but you're saying is you didn't do an analysis of economy of scale. Is that the short version?
It's not proper to do one on 7 comparables totaling 7,000 square feet.
Okay, in regard to the 131 Provenche, so that's at the corner of Provenche and Taché, correct?
Yeah.
And nearby properties it's across from the bridge, the Provenche Bridge, sort of kitty corner.
Yes.
Okay, down the street is St. Boniface Hospital.
Yeah, ways down.
And the Provenche at this juncture is a retail orientation generally, is it not?
There's a mixed use. There retail is a component of it, yes.
And how much retail is located in the subject neighborhood?
I would say very little to none.
Okay. The capitalization rate, and I'm sorry, just getting to your
Just so
table.
we're clear from the map, on Dismiron, where it's located, I would say Littleton, but we are literally a block and a half down Dismiron's. And if you look the other way, about 3 blocks over. So we're as close as you can get to the subject property.
The okay, well, I mean, I was asking questions and that's argument, but I'll guess we'll have to push this a bit further.
Mr. Neufeld, you're not running this meeting, I am, so please proceed with your questions.
Well, no, I'm doing it as a form of apology for proceeding with an additional question based on this line of answers. I wanted to reason why I was going to do what I was doing. I fully respect that you're running this. What are the major users surrounding this property?
You talk the comparables or the subject property?
The users across the street is the La Vérendrye Center, correct?
Correct.
And that is a cultural center and
Yes.
Community offices. And then in front of it is I believe it's a school.
Yeah.
Okay. In regard to the capitalization table, page 24, you mentioned that it compares to what other people are reporting. Question number one is, did you not see the communication from Colliers on your use of our data?
I believe there was a correction that you've made. If you want to make a correction to it again, you can.
And of these professional people selling real estate, how many of them would do you know or that you can absolutely verify actually track this type of property in their capitalization rates?
I've looked at their capitalization rate studies. They don't make them available. I can't tell you. This is just see as a outside source.
Okay, so if we are saying you do not know if a property like this would be included in their studies, then
I would, I can't tell you. I didn't look at it, but if I'm thinking in that line, I would think this would be a lesser of rather than a heavy investment property that we typically want to use.
And during the time period between the last reference year and this reference year, do you have knowledge of how many investment grade office sales there were in the city of Winnipeg?
There's a wide range of properties. We're looking at what this would be an office, suburban, B, miscellaneous for Johnson report, you want to classify it as such. I don't have that.
Okay, so you don't have the knowledge of how many or what sales transpired. Okay. I think that's it for my questions. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Ms. Anderson?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Whitbread?
I'm looking at your cap rate, and you said it was a suburban B, I believe.
If you're looking at it as suburban B, or most likely if you're looking for the Johnson perspective in miscellaneous office, miscellaneous.
Okay. And that is, I'm just looking at the comparables of Colliers, CBRE, and Cushman Wakefield, and where they start and finish. And what were the major factors that took your cap rate to 6.25?
As far as 6.25, it's a little on the smaller side. Size is a big dependent on that. You look at the location, you look at the age. Those would be the primary factors that would yield a lower capitalization rate. If this was a larger property, significantly larger property, on the size issue, you would have less potential purchasers. So therefore, it would drive the capitalization rate up a little bit. But with the smaller scale of this property, you'd have more purchasers, more competition for it. So that's why you'd see a lower capitalization rate, as well as it has good tenancies. It's a good property.
I'm losing you.
Sorry, where did you lose me?
About 20 words before you ended.
Okay.
Your voice is lowering, and we can't.
I'll assume you heard the size comment, and it's just the tendencies that make this property up, it is a good performing property. It's built in 1989. It's not an older property.
So it's purely model driven. You didn't make any adjustments to the count.
No, and just so we're clear to the board, whenever I make an adjustment, I will point that out.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks. I'm going to leave it there. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay, now with regard to size, a smaller property like this would be attracting probably smaller investors, but at the same time, the larger investors won't be interested in this property. So aren't you cutting out a whole range of potential investors then by having a small size property?
No, you would still have a competition for it on the smaller end. Like if you're thinking like a REIT would buy this, no, I would highly doubt that. But as far as your competition, you would have more buyers that would be able to purchase this property. Versus a larger property, so that's just the way it works. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Newfield. You can begin your presentation.
Sorry, you got me mid-coffee making. Dangers of remote work. The property, I did ask the assessor some questions about this, but the floor area is the first issue of concern, and that this building was designed and built as a bank, and subsequent to the bank vacating, one of their clients purchased the site, and of course, we don't need to get into that history, but there wasn't a arm's length transaction. They converted it to an office use from a bank use, and what they had to deal with were some architectural issues. Primarily, there are two very large stairwells, much larger than most. You know that in buildings for fire separation, they'll go too wide, and you'll see two levels of stairs. In this building, the stairwells are something like 200 square feet each side, 10 by 20s. Much larger than you would see, and it's just the way the building was built. In addition, there's a catwalk that was built on the sections, and it's not a rentable area. Of course, the catwalk goes from one stairwell to the elevator, and it does have elevators serving all three floors. We do not dispute in this case that the basement space is rentable because they've proven it to be rentable. But the sizes and dimensions are not something you typically see. When the assessor had the pictures, you can see in one of the pictures there's a City of Winnipeg car, and we had met an assessor on the site, and we went through the measurements in an effort to settle dimensions. Both parties admitted that this was a very strange building. I thought they had changed their records. We came up with an agreement at that time of 13,000 square feet, as indicated on our page 1. And this is a method of trying to encapsulate not just the physical limitations, but the allocation of the common areas, because in addition to this problem, the basement space is 50% of it is set aside for common use of all tenants, so it's not rentable. There's a boardroom all can share, there is a kitchen they can all share, and there's a sitting area they all share in addition to the private offices. So that becomes part of the leasable space. So this was set up by an owner for his own needs, and not by a property manager, not by a professional. After discussion, this is what our agreement was, as shown on page 1. And obviously, I guess agreements only last as far as each cycle at the assessment department, and we'll have to go through it again, and that's fine. But we are living up to the agreement that we had made on that time. And the first floor is occupied by multiple tenants, top floor by the owner, and the basement by various small tenants. But the space itself, and the I think we have matching pictures for all these. For example, the assessor's page 16. That's one of the so-called offices in the basement. It's used for storage right now for the owner's garbage. They're the only none of the units have their own separate facilities for restrooms. They're all shared facilities, which is common in a small building. I probably have these pictures too, but I like their big size. The assessor had page 15 is the shared kitchen area in the basement, and the top of that page is the shared. They're both the shared kitchen area. On his page 13, the top of it, that's the shared boardroom in the basement area. Again, no dispute about the quality of the space. It's just that space like this, if you note something about it, is there are no windows. It's in the basement. Basement is just not desirable, so it's turned into a shared common area. So we were dealing with a very strange measurement issue, as well as the adaptation of a bank building with unique architectural features. This isn't something you're going to typically find in the marketplace. But it is what it is. The rents that we had focused on is we did have some information on the tenants that are leasing in the place, and you can see from the assessors from our information on page 3 that all of these tenants are, with the exception of Parenti Rietmeyer, are actual tenants, and variety of uses, variety of rates. When we went through that, it appeared quite strongly that they could get $16 on the main and about $4 in the basement. And we applied the 12 on the owner space. Two reasonings for it. Firstly, it's a discount from the first, and in our business, the second floor versus the main floor, there's usually about a 50% differential on it. In this case, they have elevators, so the differential is as indicated, 25%. And this is just a lack of data on second floor rental space like this, because it's uncommon in the city. And the other point we're looking at is, I was asking questions about what surrounds them, and this is a community service area. Another property you're going to hear today, 614 across the street, is community center. This is the neighborhood they're in. So we had looked at rents of community service organizations on page 4, and of course, no question about it, these are not located in St. Boniface, and they are lower than you would expect to see in St. Boniface. The rest of the rents are that have been presented to you and listed out are a variety of different offices, suburban offices and downtown offices. Just to get a picture of the marketplace, St. Boniface is not a high degree of rentable area. And there's it's populated mostly by smaller professionals, and the offices and the arrangements are, I would say, not the same that you would find in an investment community in a stronger section of the city, but it's a strong market. It's just that everything is kind of ad hoc. There's no trends that you could speak to in this area. But overall, I think that the way that this was split out it makes sense on evaluation. That the way we've divided up by floor area, so that you can see where we stood on it, and I think that that this is the proper way to split up the space, not the way the model does it. So you can see how it's arrived at. The vacancy rate is from the Johnson report, and there are in office, the split of classifications and is not done by area. They have downtown and they have suburban and nothing in between, because each little suburban area doesn't have a high enough sample size. So the Johnson report, and as well as all the real estate practitioners, would be rating this a D or a miscellaneous for quality and for their own purposes of valuation and setting vacancy rates. It's at the low end of the scale, and that's the issue here is compare apples to apples. We're comparing it to other buildings classified in the same manner. Whether or not someone agrees or disagrees with the classification, they are compared with like buildings, which indicates 11.4. That 11.4 is not much different from what they're experiencing. As you noted, I pointed out in the rent roll, 9,647 square feet now on the roll, and approximately 13,000 square feet of space. So they are running a very unhealthy vacancy somewhere near 25% right now. We are not using that. We've gone to market on that basis. Shortfall, slight difference because of we track actuals like the taxes and calculate what the actual shortfall is. In terms of the non-recoverables, you can note that page 3, there are a lot of non-recoverables, just the way the building is operated. The rents are gross because we did not use actuals. What we estimated our net from reading these. Had we done the gross modeling valuation system, we would have put in no non-recoverables because the gross rent accounts for that. However, these are significantly higher than you would see in other buildings, and it's likely one of the factors is the high vacancy rate, and the other factor is just the style of building it is. The cap rate at 8%, we looked at base rates, and the Collier's base rate, the low in B, which we started with, is 6.5, and this I'm speaking to on page 2. This is not in that class, and our definitions are somewhere else in this report. But give you an idea of general idea of a building classification pictorially on page 55, just an idea of what is represented by classes of buildings. 201 Portage Class A, no doubt about it. 240 Graham Class B, then a B minus is 125 Gary. And I'm going to page 56, the Class C, that's 175 Hargrave, and Class D is 310 Broadway, and a miscellaneous, that's 379 Broadway. And all the reasons for it are dealt with in Johnson, as well as our own industry practitioners, and it's a variety of issues: amenities, quality, floor layout, sizes of the area, what is the interest in the market for this, and what is the potential rent that an investor could get, what is the upside. And so that's why this falls into a class like that. Now, speaking of the difference, I'm going to say a bit more this time because I don't have to later. The difference in the suburban market to the downtown market is the lack of product in the suburban market. We actually track, I believe, 3 buildings that are classed in the suburban market, and the rest are all miscellaneous. They're of no interest to investors, and they're of no interest therefore they're of no interest to the real estate market in terms of an investment property. Typically, transactions on these types of smaller buildings will go to real estate agencies that do a mix of residential and commercial, like the local guy. instead of a large firm that specializes in investment grade properties. So that's why it falls out of the system. And incidentally, that's also why the data surrounding some of these transactions isn't as clear as it would be if it came from a large real estate firm. The detractions noted on page 2 are the location, the fact it's a 2-story office in the suburbs. It's not new, but if you'll note that that single point deduction, that infers that will actually in our formula below end up to be a 0.06 percentage point change, or 0.07 maybe. So these aren't large factors. It's just a whole bunch of small factors: quality and condition, built as bank, adapted to its current use. Doesn't matter that they now have nice carpets in there and they've done their ceiling. It's you can't change the structure, and the income stability is poor. They attract, you can see from the tenant list, and I'm not going to read it out to you, but these are local community service organizations, not large, not people looking for quality space. These are people who just need space. Sorry, that is my presentation.
Any questions, Mr. Poole?
Yes, I do. This was a former bank. It doesn't look typical. What was the former bank?
It was a Caisse Populaire.
That wouldn't be a main institution? Royal Bank, TD Bank?
No, well, it's Caisse Populaire is a credit union. They, of course, are under the same legislation as the chartered banks now.
Next question would be, can you just please confirm on page, not you brief, but it's on my page 2, that in 2012, the property owner bought the property for $2,250,000?
Well, I gladly answer that, but just point out that this has been reviewed, and other assessors have understood that it's not a proper transaction. If you did a title search, you would find that the Caisse Populaire provided the mortgage for the site. So it was, buy my building, I'll give you a mortgage. It's out.
I'm not putting any weight to the actual sale. It's 10 plus years of reference date. Please go to your page 3. It's also on my page 2. The line other on your INE, on the INE that they submitted, $220,278.04. It's difficult to read, but it does appear mortgage. Is that the mortgage cost?
Yeah, and of course that was never that line item is never considered. Property owners put in what they think that the assessment department wants, because we've had a penalty issue here, and they're very worried that they don't fill these forms.
Ask the yes or no.
No, it's not getting a yes or no. This is your fault, not theirs.
Okay,
They put in everything because they're afraid of penalties.
The net operating income showing a loss of $18,454. If adjusted out by the $228,278, would that not be $209,824?
No, you're missing line item 116.
$20,225 interest income.
Yeah, there's interest income that they're declaring. Again, that's their fear of the penalty.
So you would take, so in your opinion, of the 209,824, you would subtract 20,529 or 25.
Well, that's 26,525. I read.
So you're still roughly going to be around 180,000.
Right, and then I would then put my mind to looking at the above it, the tenant or the occupant on the second floor, who is the owner of the property. So
let's get to that point.
They have established a book rent for themselves, which is irrelevant.
Let's get to that point. On the top of the INE, when they have an opportunity to report if they're owner occupied or partially, the 2 check boxes, did they let us know that?
I only see one part, sorry, I'm just,
Your
I'm just
page
trying to read
3,
this.
right under annual income received.
It's
yes or no?
no, it's not a yes or no again. The relationship between the property owner and the business owner changed. I believe it was about a year ago or 2 years ago when this was submitted. And I know both partners well. One partner maintained the business, and the other partner maintained the real estate. So at the time they drew up this arrangement, they were one and the same, and since then they're not. So
So again, on the tenant verification form, they had another opportunity to check off if they're owner occupied, and they did not as well.
again, we're talking about a relationship that was in flux, and at the time it was filled out, they were had determined that they had severed, and at the time that the financial arrangements were made, they were not severed.
I'm continuing on.
There's no space in the form to put
Continuing
that
on
in.
your page 3, we give the property owner an opportunity to report their total leasable area and their percentage of vacant space. Did they report that?
At the time that this was filled out, we were in a discussion with the assessment department. They had their plans and they asked me, what do I put? I said, I do not know, because we need to get a professional to view this. I actually engaged a professional to do the measurements, and just prior to her doing the professional showing up to do the measurement, we came to agreement with the city at the 13,000. In my mind, I think we had satisfied everybody's needs as to what it was. I don't think that the owner is going to. No, the owner is not going to put a number in when they know that it's not correct, because there's a penalty for providing inconsistent information. On my advice, I said, let's refrain from that, and let's just fill in the form for the areas that are occupied for your measurements, and then we'll have to we'll deal with it after the fact. I have their plans right up there somewhere, and we went through it. So this isn't your normal situation.
As far as any of your comparables, do you have any close proximity comparables, say within 5, 6, 8 blocks of the subject property?
That were provided in this.
Cover the whole area?
Provided in this brief, no. You're going to be hearing across the street shortly, but no.
That I'll have some.
Sorry.
Okay, what was that, Mr. Poole? I didn't catch that.
I have no further questions, but I will have summary.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread, any questions?
No, I have none, thank you.
Miss Anderson?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I guess I have no questions. So, Mr. Poole, you indicated you wish submission.
Yes, I do. We give the property owner, from what we heard today, we give the property owner an opportunity to report if they're owner occupied or not. They did not report that. We give the property owner an opportunity to report the proper total leasable area and any vacancy that occurred within the property. They did not report that. As far as what you see as far as our net operating income, we have $169,143 from a market perspective. We can see that when you take out the mortgage interest that they're paying onto the property, the actuals are better than that. You can do the math, around 180,000 or so roughly. So our market perspective NOI is a little less than the subject property performing at. As far as the sale, I'm putting no weight to the actual sale. That's a sale that was for purchase acquired in 2012. Obviously, that's not the market at the reference date, but that's in relation to the actual payment that they're making on the property. So clearly, that's a cost, and they included it, and that should be subtracted out. So for the NOIs, I think we're favorable from a marketplace perspective. As far as comparables from the agent, to be quite honest, there aren't any. There's nothing there that I would consider as far as market evidence. None of them are similar properties. There are a wide range of CRUs from different properties that don't have any substitution to this property. So at that point, I think you consider that the assessment department's value is appropriate and should be applied. Thank you.
Okay, summation, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. So the main issue here is that we've had made some attempts by both the assessment department and the owner and ourselves to try to come to agreement on the physical issues of this site because they are challenging. And we came to agreement on it, and then came a reassessment, and it wasn't carried forward. So I imagine we're going to have to do this again and again, and I think that's unfair to the owner, who was very conscientious and answered in full honesty. The idea of the forms not being filled out, well, they obtained professional advice on this matter, and I told them, you cannot submit something you do not know, because that is misleading, and there's a penalty for that as well. And we are in discussion with the assessment department on narrowing this down, and you have to give them what is in your care and control. I know that they were changing their corporate structure. I know that they were splitting the difference between a business arrangement and a real estate arrangement. And there's no check mark that says, well, yes, we were at one time, but we're no longer. So how do you fill that out? But aside from that, the troubling part about all this is to even address a problem with a form is picking an argument that seems to suit you for that particular property. Because I bet everybody can remember the hundreds of times the assessor completely ignored the forms, completely ignored the area, and said, well, we're doing the model.
If I can bring you to point, Mr. Neufeld, the board really isn't too concerned about what's filled out on the form or not.
Okay, well, I understand, and I have I wouldn't call it a personal investment, but I'm really bothered by the rightness and wrongness of it, and I go out of my way to help these people, and I know what they're doing is very conscientious.
Can I get back to the evaluation and not the form?
Very well. The rent that has been applied is, to our best ability, very accurate in terms of what the first floor and the basement are generating. Those are actuals. What the second floor is generating is compounded by a complete lack of data in terms of finding any sort of a rental amount. Now, we looked at a discount rate, but I can point out something interesting for you to consider, is that 383 Provencher, and I'd asked the question earlier in the evidence, and I just, maybe if you want to review that at a later date, this is about 2 blocks north of the subject. They have unit addresses here, first floor, second floor, based on the numbers. And perhaps you will be able to glean something from that. The assessor's other evidence on 131 Provencher, I believe that these units are all based on main floor area, but I don't know the building well enough. It's too far away anyway. But there is a definite pattern that is notable in these particular properties, both to a economy of scale and to a location within the building. Other than that, the valuation side is, again, we're trying to take an owner, basically owner-occupied building, or what was once, and turn it into investment property. That doesn't happen with the flick of a switch. It happens when the market says it is so. And the market has never said that this is an investment building. It's a community service building. That is my presentation.
Okay, thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break till 5 after 10, and then hopefully we'll be able to proceed at a more rapid pace for the rest of the agenda. Thank you. Okay, thank you. First of all, I'd like to request of the parties that that we need to be concise to pick up the pace to get through this agenda. So I appreciate your brevity of your brevity, but make your points, but be brief. So next property is 614 Desmirons, and there's a value, classification, and liability on this one. So, Mr. Pohl, can you
Sure.
put in the basic information, and then we'll go to class and liability?
Sure, I'll read it from a quantum perspective, then I'll go back to class liability. That's what you're asking me.
Well, Mr. Neufeld will have to has the onus on class and liability, so we'll go to him after that.
Okay, I'll pause on that. Okay, file number 24-510. Roll number 060608375837500 614 Desmirons. We have for the 2025 an assessed value of 3,973,000, class code 40T. I'll leave that as such for now. And then 1,192,000, class code 40S. The building was built in 1972, then addition put on 2002. We have an overall effective age of 1990. We have a leasable area of 38,356 square feet. We have the items on page 2, as indicated, partially owner occupied. They do report the total leasable area. The total leasable area is off from what we have. There is a number of outdoor parking stalls. None of them, I believe, collect rent. At least they're not reporting any. If you look on page 3, we have the tenancies that are in place as such. They do report owner occupied.
Okay, if you can stop there, we're getting into value here. Mr. Neufeld on classification and liability.
Yes, thank you. We are pursuing it in a different avenue. And so for the Board of Revision, just a request that you just certify the classification as you decide by value and without change. There are a couple of properties in here, and there are ongoing discussions on it, and I think that it'd be best handled that way. There's been a change over the years, and I mentioned this yesterday.
Okay, we just want yes or no.
Okay, please certify the class and liability, and we'll move on
Okay,
to value.
so if the value is reduced, then you want the
Maintain the same ratio.
Same ratio. Okay, thank you. So then on value, Mr. Pohl.
Can I pause on that for a moment? Because I had questions on classification as well.
Oh, well, okay. All right, go ahead on class and liability.
So I reviewed, it looks like French language, Winnipeg Region Health Service Center was in there. The province was also in there at one point in time. We have a apparent mistake on our brief. There's a 40 institutional that's taxable. That can't be. If it's 40, it's going to be class S. I have just a questioning of the tenancies that are in place. Why would this not be total class 60T? If Winnipeg Regional Health was in there and it's indicated on page 1, I can't see them in there now. I can't see the province in there now. It looks like it may just should be at 60T. I looked on our notes indicating why there was ever a breakup. What happened here? I can't find any internally. I can't find anything within the department what it should be. So I just want to qualify who's the tenancies that are in place to verify if there should be an actual if it should be 60T totality, or there should be a breakdown between the 40 S and 60T. So can the owner confirm that, or the owner agents confirm that Winnipeg Regional Health is not in this property? Because they would be getting an exemption. If they're not in this property, then I don't see why there would be an exemption.
Ms. Neufeld?
Yes, that sounded a bit more like a statement. And as I pointed out earlier, this matter is being dealt with by legal counsel. And I can say for the record that the exemption that is in place is fully fully embraced in the Municipal Assessment Act, and if the assessor does not identify it, I don't think he should be coming to us with his questions. And at this point in time, this is not the venue for it. We are not making an issue of it right now, but it's in the act.
Okay, the city hasn't appealed the class and liability though,
No, we
Mr.
haven't.
Poe?
No, we haven't.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to value. Proceed on value, Mr. Poe.
Sure. I've already kind of described the property, built in 1972, addition put on in 2002, effective age of 1990. Total leasable area of 38,356 square feet. As we see on the income expense questionnaire, they did check off partially owner occupied. And then on the other page, on page 3, shows again that their enterprise real is owner occupied of approximately 1,330 square feet. What they're reporting to us. The basement is a fully bowling area, and then obviously it's a cultural center. INEs are on the next few pages as well, with a financial statement as we go along. So I also included the 2020 INE just to try and verify the tendencies that were in place. We did have addictions foundations in Manitoba. That is on page 10. And the province of Manitoba. That's where I was getting the class liability. Those would be tendencies that would account for that, but I don't see them in there now. For their class liability. So we go back to page 3. Province of Manitoba is still in there, but we don't see what they are. So they still addictions foundations Manitoba in there. I'm not sure at this point. We move on. Straight quantum argument, I should say picture start on page 12. Obviously, same comparables are going to be used. It's almost in a virtually the same location across the street in the other property that was we discussed earlier. On page 14 is additional leasing information. We see a large space, obviously, tendency did shift, and they're advertising as such. On page 16, it's the same comparables that we already discussed. I'm not going to go into the great deal. 131 for Lanche, as well as 3 for Lanche, and we have a weighted average of $12.24 for 3 for Lanche, and $14.69 for 131 for Lanche. So from that, on page 19. We have a total total area of 29,380 square feet applied to the rents that are seen. I did not break it out because I was simply waiting to see what the tenancies were currently in place. But we have $311,773 capped at 6% for vacant, or sorry, for PGI. 6% for vacancy gives a PGI of $293,067. Shortfall at $8, and 3% for expenses gives us a net operating income of $270,173, capped at 6.8%, gives us our value of $3,973,000. On the next page over is the bowling alley. Sorry, my mistake. 1 second. Sorry, I pointed out the bowling alley is the C9 basement leasable area of 12,616 square feet, which is on page 9. On the next page over, we have 8,967 square feet applied to $10.43, which gives a PGI of 93,620. Our same parameters applied. 6% for vacancy gives us effective gross income of $88,003. Expenses at 3%. Shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $81,055, capped at 6.8%, gives a value of $1,192,000. I won't get into for brevity's sake for what's instructed. We've already went over the capitalization rate for similar buildings. We'll leave it as such. With that, last commentary, the last time we had an inspector through the property was in 2021. Inspector went through it, reviewed the bowling alley and the property as a whole. Again, tendencies seem to have shifted here, and class and liability may warrant a change as well. So with that, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
All right, questions, Mr. Newfield?
Yes, on the last commentary, you said an assessor went through. Where are those notes in your presentation?
Don't have internal notes put in here. I see the review.
Okay. Were they in regard to the basement space?
Yes, it was.
And
Could you speak up, Mr. Pohl? We can't
Yes.
really make you out too much.
Yes.
so the basement space, okay. And that was to measure the basement space or to figure out how much the area was?
I didn't do the inspection, but generally they're reviewing the bowling alley area.
Okay. Anything arise out of that?
Other than what we have on file, no, nothing's been touched since. So
Okay.
these are the areas that were put in place with the class and liability that was at that time.
And I'm sorry, I just wanted to go back to page 1. What was the reason for changing the effective date to 1990? Is that like an average of the space or?
Look on page. Here. Look on starting on page 12, we see an addition put onto the property. And obviously, there is some work on the bowling alley. If you look on page 13, you can see the segments of the buildings. So that would be the.
Well, the question was, is this like an average of the space?
This would be the total of the two building components. Obviously, you have one in 1972 and one in 2002.
Okay, I just wanted to know if there were any other changes on there, and I guess that's your answer. It's fine. Have you ever inspected this building?
Oh, I've not.
And you can confirm there's a bowling alley in the basement?
My understanding, the totality of the basement is bowling alley and possibly some storage drive for it.
The workup on page I always change where they are. Yeah, here we go. Pages 19, 20, and 21. Was this all done by the model?
Yes.
Are you aware that your department has acknowledged that there is an error on a split stream system for a single building?
Gotten this in the other hearings.
Not from hearing. I
For this
just.
panel's sake, I haven't had any formal.
Okay, that's fine.
To be honest.
And sorry, I just want to go back here. So your leasable area is 38,356. Did you review what the owner put down at 27,144?
Yes, I saw that and I did point that out.
Okay, is there any particular area where it looks like we diverge?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Well, is there, did you investigate it?
As far as the difference in square foot area, no.
No, okay. And what about the income that they've declared on both years you've provided? Did you not consider that?
We're reporting to it in a gross nature. We work from a net effective nature, or a net nature. So I'm relying on market, but yes, you can see what they're reporting as well as they are owner occupied. And I did have questions on the actual tenancies involved, given the class of liability and what's in place at the moment.
Right, but on their
January 1st, 2025.
on their forms, for example, page 7, they provide a monthly rent on the owner occupied space, which is only 1,330 square feet, at a rate that seems to be commensurate with the rest of the building. Their total NOI as occupied on the previous page is $145,000. This does differ a fair bit from the model, doesn't it?
If you're looking at the if you're looking at the INEs, I put in 3 years of INEs trying to figure out who's the tenancy that are in place. Obviously for class liability matters, as well as the income that are generating. I can't. I mean, this is the financials that they're reporting, but I'm looking at what a market perspective unencumbered by lease would pay. You know, a fee simple perspective. If you want me to put any more weight to the actual financials, that'd be your argument.
Well, okay, well, don't try to figure out what I'm doing here, but I'm just asking a question was, so we had 3 years, as you said, 85,000, 145,000, and then the last one, 33,000 of NOI. And the NOI generated by the model is sorry, I have to get that number here, is 351,000, fairly large discrepancy. Was there any investigation as to why this may have occurred?
No, I did not contact the property owner.
Okay, and on your model, you classified this as what's called OFS, is that correct?
Yes.
And the basement, which is the bowling alley, is classified under OFS?
Right.
Okay. Of course, that's not an office, is it? Just let me go back to the income and expense form. Just looking at I guess the one I just pulled on screen first was page 10, top entry, province of Manitoba. Are you aware that's a law courts building?
I didn't hear that.
Are you aware that the province operates a court in this building?
Which building? I didn't catch which building you're referring to.
In this building, under province of Manitoba, that this is a.
Oh, the subject property, or I thought you were talking about parables.
I told you page 10, which is the subject, province of Manitoba. You're aware that this is a law courts building or it's a tenant.
That's what it looks like, as well as on page 10. It looks like Addiction Foundation Manitoba, which would be under the province, or sorry.
I'm just asking about the law courts.
Yes.
Okay, and does a court fall into the OFS system?
If we just go from the basic building, whether the tenancy is used for something else, we still take it from what it's classified as. It should be office, suburban.
So is it your contention that regardless of what the use is, you could use this as an office?
If they change the CRU to convert to a different kind of CRU, there's still the general building would still fall under that, under OFS. If they had a force out of a small CRU and they did something in that matter, we would still consider it OFS for the totality of the building.
What was this building originally purposed for? Do you know?
I didn't look back to 1972. I couldn't tell you.
How about 1999? Did you look at 1999?
I didn't go back that far. I usually look at the
Okay.
last 3 to 5 years.
And in regard, sorry, let me just. The selection of a vacancy rate is then based on buildings in the OFS category. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And as well as the capitalization rate?
correct.
Okay. Um, I'm pretty sure the rest I'm going to ask is repetitive, so we've heard it already. So I'm just about finished. Sorry. um, um, I just have a question here, and this is if you're not, are you involved in any way, the assessment department, with creating the forms that are sent out to people?
Not involved in that. That's not done at an individual assessor's desk.
That's through the assessment department?
What's the point of this line of questioning?
Well, the owner had made a specific request for a French language form, and they were not
Well,
making.
that's not something that this board can deal with. So
I
let's get
understand. I
let's get on
understand.
topic.
I understand. I was just doing this on behalf of
That's
the
doesn't
owner.
if it doesn't pertain to value, then
Well, I guess, let me explain where I'm going, Mr. Chairman. If you'll note that they supplied all of their statements in
yes,
French.
we note that, but that is again, language is not something this panel can deal
Oh,
with. So let's keep on with.
understand. But then they had to transfer it to an English language, and I'm not a political statement, but I'm worried about the loss in translation. That's all. And I want to know if anybody looked at the statements that were provided with language skills.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
you had the opportunity to request a French hearing if you so wished, but
No,
you
no,
didn't.
no, no. We're fine with this. We in the past had requested.
Okay, let's get on point. Let's get moving here.
I think it's a pertinent question, but that's fine. If it's, you say it's not, it's not. Okay, fine. I'm finished.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Whitbread.
Just a couple, thank you. The parking, Mr. Pohl, 167 units. You didn't sound totally certain that there was no parking revenue. I don't see any reported. Do you know for sure that they're not charging for parking?
As far as I understand, no. I
Okay.
looked back to 3 income expense questionnaires. I don't see, and this type of building, location, I don't think you would really warrant any parking income stream.
And with respect to the 167 units or spots, is that required for the functioning of this building or events that occur there?
I would assume a good portion of it is for events that come, you're gonna have an event there, you would need parking. I do have some questions on that. Obviously, I pointed out and a bit more on the tenancy. You have a province in there. 2 different aspects of the province in there, you would need dedicated parking that they would need, so.
And where I'm going with it is there any consideration ever given to excess or surplus land, given the land plan area? And when I look at your photograph on page 12, it seems like an awful lot of land for this particular property. Any consideration given to excess or surplus?
As far as developmental, like, can you use? I would say no, there wouldn't be, you could obviously put an addition onto the existing building, right? There's need for that, but as far as further development, I would say this is at its highest and best use as it sits. And as far as putting any excess land on it for a value, I would say no. There would be limited potential.
Let's move on to the basement. On page 1, you show 16,928 square feet. On page 19, you show 12,616 feet for the bowling alley. What happened to the excess 4,300 or the difference of 4,300 square feet in the basement?
Without going in it, I really couldn't comment. I would think that it's either be like a comment on some storage area that we wouldn't include in the pit. So I really can't comment on why the totality of the basement, other than perhaps underneath the addition, there is no basement. Without doing a full inspection for myself doing a full inspection, I couldn't answer that question.
Is that $10 a foot? $43,000, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you, no further questions.
Okay, I have no questions except for comment that I think it's a 10-pin alley.
I assume
Um,
so. I'll take it.
okay,
Take your
so
word for that.
well, it's been 50 years since I've been in there, but I did bowl in there. Um, so Mr. Neufeld, you can begin.
Thank you. Sometimes we all go off topic. I'm glad you did. The building, and I wasn't really out to make any statement of any sort, but it's been a problem with this building and dealing with the assessment department in that it is not, again, a typical building, and it's owned by Entreprise Real, who are mandated by the province, the city, and the federal government to assist Francophone business development. That is their job. So the entire building is essentially community services. And the linkage I'm trying to establish here is this is the neighborhood of community services. The building itself was, I don't know what the original use was, I don't recall, but I know that in 1999 for the Pan Am Games, they established a bowling alley where the bowling competition for the Pan Am Games took place. I thought I saw archery for some reason somewhere else in here. I don't know, but that's the origin of the bowling alley was for Pan
It
Am.
was a bowling alley long before that. Back in the 70s, it was a bowling
Okay,
alley.
thank you. Yeah, and then for the games, I imagine they improved it a bit. Maybe they put, I don't know, did they have pin handlers back then or machines?
They actually had automatic scoring, so it was advanced for the time.
Okay. Um, So they maintain the operation of the bowling alley, and the upper floors are all community services now, always have been, and a variety of uses. You've heard the French provincial court is in this building for hearings in the community, and CEDM is the establishment of the Francophone municipalities in Manitoba, of which Winnipeg is a member. I think there are 13 in the municipalities. This is their headquarters, and WHA has been in there at certain points. And as well as this is the purpose of the building. The income that we're showing on our pages is what the assessor has also provided. And page 3 is their statement. And you'll note 27,144 square feet is the rentable, leasable area. The bowling alley is not considered leasable because it is a recreational use. And the distinction on this was performed by someone professional in the community, which unfortunately was me. I said it is not leasable space by anybody's standards. However, we're not disputing it can be assessed. The distinction is in its use has been established, but on the market, you could keep it as a bowling alley, that's fine, but you're not going to be leasing it for anything else. It's a accessory use, and it does generate revenue. Business revenue. That's the difference on the size. The rest of the building was professionally measured by ownership at one point, and that is the rentable area. The discrepancy is likely due to the basement space that the assessment department has at I believe it's 13,000 square feet approximately. 12,616, and we have it at 9,000. Now, the assessor made a remark about an assessor being out there. Again, I accompanied them. We looked at the basement area and came to an agreement on the space that should be taxed because the rest of the basement space is service area. So what we counted were the lanes, the changing rooms, the service area, and the area where the pin setting machines were located. we did not include the rest of the space because that was where the mechanical systems are located for the entire building, not leasable, not usable in any sort of way. And the gross up on this building, there's a lot of common area in here too. There's a common hall, and the stairwell is, well, you've been in the building, you know how big the stairwell is. Those are the way the measurements were made, and this particular measurement, when dealing with the director who signed this and the previous director, was I asked them to next time they do a business review or a building review, is to actually get the rentable area from either the architect or the planner. This came directly from those individuals. So this is the actual space. So again, you have an odd building that's changed, and you want to suggest that the space differs from what they have. I think the burden of proof is on the assessor to prove it, because the owner has stated this. Unlike the last property, they know how much the space is. My concern, again, on the translation issue is that the statements in French and the assessors put in the full amount have to be translated and to determine that these are the proper expenses. And I did work with the person who signed it, Norm Gousseau, and on this. So you will see my hand in here at helping him out to declare what is appropriate to be declared: partially owner occupied, gross rents. Our calculation on these gross rents is that the building is essentially recovering about $5.75 per square foot on net revenue on the workup of them. We have applied an upper area of $10 a square foot, although to account for as a community service, if there were potential for alternate use, they could potentially generate a little bit more than this, but not exceeding $10. It's track record. I trying to remember, I first began working with them in 2003. Their track record is similar, and they're not a charity. They are out to develop business, but they also have a mandate to make money. They actually have to make money on this building to support their other activities. Their funding is only partial. They have to go out and make money to assist the community. Rather strange organization, but they're doing a very good job, I think. And then what we did is we added, there's no rent on for the bowling alley at all in this income. So we did add $4 a square foot for it. And I apologize. I actually have two basement bowling alley rents. I can't enter evidence at this date, but they're substantially lower than this. So I think that the $4 is a fair number to apply to it. Going to vacancy again, this would likely fall into it, even as a community service building, it's going to go into a classification of miscellaneous. It's not a typical office building. It's been used for many different things, and it's like it was a clinic during COVID time, and it's a court now. These aren't office uses, and a bowling alley in the basement. This was our closest approximation of vacancy. You'll note our shortfall is lower than the assessment department, and that's because we recognize the lower tax load due to portions of it being school tax exempt. We are going with actuals and the non-recoverables, which we have applied at 5% and 2%, are, if you take a reading of the actuals being a gross building, we have a choice. One is to go with the gross rent at $575, throw out all the costs and go with that. So in which case we have an NOI of $145,000. Just forget about it. That's the big number. Plus 36 for the bowling that we're going to add in for 180 NOI. Instead, we put a potential rent based on potential net income of both parties' properties. And again, without belaboring the point, this is a very high non-operating cost building. we're all aware of the orders, but that's not the main point. We're bringing it in. It does not generate rent on the market. There's no category for investment grade community service centers. Essentially, the rate of return is based on what they do for the community. It's a difficult property, so we have to treat it in the category of office, and it comes out badly because it's not a performer. The space is pretty good quality. It's the problem is what is it used for? What has it been used for? What can it be used for? And locational disadvantages and these are all reflected in it. The last point I was going to make here is basement rent in our business is generally considered to be a contribution to overhead, not part of the valuation, not part of the leasable space. It exists to generate additional income. Generally, in a building like this, the upper level absorbs all of the operating expenses on the leasable area, and the lower level is treated as an added value, which contributes to the whole. Very typical in all basement operations. Again, from an investment perspective, I'm getting far too, and I hope you don't think I'm trying to talk down to anyone, but in the proper methodology of valuation, you do not account contributions to overhead. It is not rental income.
We're taking up quite a bit of time here. Can we get more?
I'm done. You always
Okay.
interrupt. You always butt in when I'm finished. I was just done. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Poole.
Yes, and it's not in your brief, but I just want to confirm. In August 2020, that Addictions Foundation of Manitoba lease ended. Did they continue on in the building, or has that been space? Some approximate, they report 6,500 square feet.
I don't have any evidence to answer that question.
You're the property owner, you inspected the property, you're representing the property. Is it our Addiction Manitoba still in the property as of January 1st, 2020 or 20?
You have what has been presented. I can't speak to past amounts because that would be like asking you what it was assessed at in 1972. It's not relevant to our conversation today.
With respect to the dodging of the question,
we didn't bother.
Loss and liability.
We did not bother.
Active and live. I'm asking, is Addictions Manitoba still in the building as January 1st, 2025?
Mr. Chairman, the assessor is going outside the scope of what has been appealed. And
he's asking, well,
he has the rent rolls. What else could he want?
Okay, but we can make inferences from the lack of an answer, but
on page 1.
Sorry, I just a second here. No, you can't. I'm objecting to it because we have a narrow view. An inference to an answer, then why don't you consider post-reference information as an inference to it? You don't. We are working with what's been presented in evidence.
Okay, was it there on April 1st, 2023?
Okay, that's a fair question. Let me just look at this in 2023. April 1st. I don't know. I'm not sure what these initials mean. That might be AGEFM. One sec. Okay, so I'm looking at the assessor's page 3 has provided the information. Province of Manitoba, which is law courts, Entreprise Real, the owner, CDM, which is the Association of Francophone Municipalities, AJEFM is Association de Juriste d'Expression Français de Manitoba. So that would be French Judges Association. And I don't think Yusuf Bazahu is Addictions Foundation. Productions Rivard is not Addictions, so I don't see it on the list on the assessor's page 3.
Next question, your page 1, you have use French language, Winnipeg Regional Health Service Center. Is Winnipeg Regional Health in here?
No, not at the time of, they had departed at this point in time.
Can you confirm in my brief, pages 14 and 15, that the owner is advertising a total of 10,800 square feet of leasable areas, 2 CRUs demised at 4,400 and 6,400 square feet?
I have no knowledge of this listing. I believe that we're restricted to deals that have actually been made, and I think both of us have indicated the deals that are made are clearly described on your page 4.
That size not be the size of the.
Sorry, 3, page 3.
Was that formerly the occupied suite or the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority? Were those the 2 CRUs that moved out? Tenants that moved out?
I don't know anything about your listing. I don't know when it was made and what space it was for.
That's the only questions I have. The rest, I'll leave it to that.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread.
Just one issue. I'm looking at your $665,000 for the exempt portion, Mr. Neufeld. Now, the assessor has given us a calculation, showed us how he arrived at his 1,192,000. I couldn't find that in your brief. How did you come to that 600?
I'm not trying to be fussy here, but I heard the assessor say he didn't know either, did he? Didn't he say that?
No, he showed a calculation, I believe.
A calculation, but he did not know how it was attributed to, right? I see that he has written a space of just want to look, 8,976 square feet.
At 1043.
Right, but he did not know what it was attributed to.
No, but I don't even have that for your.
Right, okay.
So how did you come to that?
Okay, on page, I can show you on the assessor's own brief where that is calculated, and our numbers actually should differ from it, but I'm not going to change it. On the assessor's page 3, CDEM is the Municipal Corporation of Francophone Municipalities, and the city of Winnipeg is a member of it. So you can't tax your own municipal use, and that's what gained the exemption. And I didn't put it in place nor requested. This has been historically determined for years. So that's 9,954 square feet out of the rentable total is school exempt. And I think it should be fully exempt. My reading of the act, but I don't like playing lawyer. The actual percentage should be 32.4% based on income should be school exempt. But and we'd actually put it in at 23.7%.
So they're using a square foot rate of 2064. Is that a gross rate?
Yeah, these are all gross rents.
Okay. Were you able to come up with an NOI and a cap rate for that particular space?
Yeah, I mean, the workup that they had done here was it figured out it was about $575 a foot. That's listed on page 1 after the net, and let me just take a quick look at it right now. So the last one was 2022 statement, and So I think I was reciting a bunch of numbers before of 85,000 NOI, 145,000 NOI, and 33,000 NOI. So the number we had come up with 10 would equate to I think it's at the high 575, I'm sorry, would equate to the highest of the 3 years. And yes, that is correct. It's based on the highest of the 3 years that the assessors presented, 145,000 NOI with a net income of about says 575. I'm getting 528, but the calculation was then weighed in on the basement contribution. So yeah, that's and then we then in preparation for it. I mean, the income goes up and down, and the application was made at $10 in our workup on it. The true income is 575.
$575?
No, $5.75 per square foot.
Are you using the same cap rate of 8%?
That is correct.
Because I don't come anywhere near 665.
6.
I'm asking this, Mr. Chair, simply because I have nothing to go by, and nothing to go by. One defaults to the assessor's evidence because he has something to go by. So I'm trying to get.
Sorry, what are you referring to 665?
You have school of 665 in your.
Oh, that's a ratio split that we followed the what was already in place. And that should be the same ratio as 1192. Let me just see, 1192 divided by 5165 very simply is 23.07%, which should, if you took the same formula, I mentioned this earlier, apply the same ratios, that's 23% ratio school exempt, and then applying the same ratio to 2806 should equal well, I get $648,000. Imagine it was rounded up. It's just the same. It's the same ratio as what was in place.
I see what you've done now, and I did hear you mention that earlier. I didn't make the connection. So you took 2,807,000.
Right.
Use that same ratio of 23.7%.
Right.
To get your 665. I see it now. Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld.
Okay, it scared me for a minute there.
No. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Ms. Anderson.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
All right, summation, Mr. Poole.
Yeah, just a quick one, just touching on the class liability. Just one on record that the assessor attempted to review with the agent, the tenancies within the building. What was determined was Province of Manitoba Addictions Foundation is not in place. They vacated, Winnipeg Regional Health, which is on his brief, indicated was there and is no longer there. Those are typically tenants that would receive an exemption. I couldn't find them within the building at the reference date, or sorry, not at the reference date, at January 1st, 2025. That's the calendar year that we're dealing with. It's not that they were in place at the reference date for bonus, for exemption. It would be, are they there January 1st, start of that year? So when I'm looking at it, I don't see them there. I'm looking at any other reason for an exemption. I really can't see one. I questioned the agent Whether they knew of or could break it out, they simply relied on a ratio, not really, I can't really ascertain any reason why from the brief exemption would be how they came to an exemption there. So the other question I had, and I pointed out to the board, that they have two CRUs of 4,400 square feet and 6,400 square feet, totaling 10,800 square feet. Advertised at $17 a square foot, so it's available at the reference date, It indicates that there was a tenancy change which vacated the property at the rate that they're asking for to get in the market. So I do have some issues with cost and liability. We'll review as the order comes from the board, and for quantum, I think it's fairly assessed as we have it. I do want to point out to the board that on my cover page number 1, there is a 40 institutional taxable. There is no such thing. 40 institutional goes with S, no tax, which is the line below it, which would cover the series that we have highlighted. That should read 60 other and taxable. So with that, we'll report the decision. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld, brief summation.
I'm going to apologize in advance, but what the assessor summed up with was this discussion on a liability issue that was not put before the board. Now we're out of fairness, we now have to delve into it briefly. This exemption has been in place since 2003 for CEDM, which is the Francophone Municipalities Organization. I didn't ask for it, it was in place. I just was going through, going back to my records, going back to what I have in front of me of 2010 and the last 15-1 that was signed, acknowledged it. We always know it's for CDM. I think the assessor is giving you some information that is just confusing this case. There's no, we know it belongs, and we are working on another level of exemption that we're trying to understand on a current user that we're not planning on discussing. It should be more exemptions. When I first took over this property in 2003, it was 60% exempt. And they lost some of the exempt tenants and they were replaced with non-exempt tenants. This isn't what we're here to look at. It's just the value. You have the understanding of what we're not challenging it. We're not challenging the ratio. We're challenging the overall value. You see the performance of the building, the actual performance. The model doesn't fit. The bowling alleys are not office. Courts are not office. Community service centers are not measured in the return. They're measured on what they contribute to society, and they're required. But you do it on an income basis, you can see $5.75 a square foot is what they're earning on their building. And we're saying to you, 10 is fine for a hypothetical of value. That's you know, the best possible approach that the assessment department should even expect. If we go back to income only, it's going to be a $1 million assessment. And and then you heard the measurement issues again. I've got a whole bunch of certs. I did not enter them in evidence. We went down there with an assessor, did some measurements, got some plans, agreed on 9,000 square feet in the basement. And today, like the other building, it never changed the system. No one inputted to change what was in there before. I can't control that. I can only appeal every year, and we'll go out every year, and we'll go remeasure every year, and we'll keep doing this every 2 years. And the only person who's going to make money on it is me. So why am I complaining about something that
Okay, we're getting far from summation again. Let's keep it brief. We're already 2 hours into the hearing. We've
I
done 2
understand.
properties.
I understand. I'm passionate about people being treated fairly. I'm saying this because it's not for money. I don't like the way these people are being treated by a model that doesn't work.
Okay, once again, keep it on point. Okay, we will go on to 1,300 pluses. We've got to pick up the pace here.
This one will take me
Uh,
about a minute, so I'll try to be as quick as I can. This is a fairly straightforward brief. So, file
Okay.
number 44101. Roll number is 090075301000, 1300 pluses. 2025 assessed values for 4,029,000. It's built in 1976. We have an effective age of 1995. We have approximately 12,600 square feet. Leasable area on page 2 shows it's owner occupied. Leasable areas do match up. It is a credit union. On page 3 shows it's Cassier Credit Union. On page 4 shows the subject property's location. Regent Avenue Plessis, if you know where the Wendy's is, as I do, it's right behind that. If you look at the area, it's in a good location, just off of Regent. We see the pictures on page 5 as well, showing the frontages of where it's located. On page 6 are comparables, all bank comparables. And they range, I should say, they have a total area of 37,263 square feet. The average rent is $29.14, weighted average is $29.73, and the median is 32. As you'd expect, banks are hover around $28, $30 and around there. We do have some comparables, as you can see from the image up top. All those comparables fit within the subject property. So you're looking at 5-6 blocks one way, 5-6 blocks the other way. They're all within a kilometer and a half of the subject property in that region, or just off a region. Comparable number 1 is 630 Kildare, which of course there's going to be a little bit of a different rent for where that property is located. So as we look on our workup, page 7. The 12,600 square feet, we have a model driven rent of $24.22, which produces a PGI of $305,172. Our vacancy at 2% for banks, effective gross income would then be $299,069. Expenses at 3% non-recoverable, shortfall at $8, gives us a net operating income of $288,881, capped at 7.15%. Leads back to the $4,029,000 for assessed value. Cap rates we've already discussed. With that, I'm open to questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld.
Yes, page 7, was this done by the model?
Yes.
Okay, and the valuation criteria for a bank was applied in this case?
Correct.
And the 2% vacancy, did the model not take into account the massive closures on as credit unions merged?
Can't comment on that. I didn't develop the vacancy rate applied by the model. Simply our standard parameter for banks.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm just about on your page 6. The evidence you presented, are these properties all in operation?
To my knowledge, yes, but the leases that would be in place as shown. If one closed down after post reference, I wouldn't know of it.
Okay, and you do go back to 2006 for your comparables?
Yeah, banks aren't. There's a limited number of banks, obviously. They're not as transient as office CRUs or retail CRUs. You're gonna have less of a pool of to go from. These are the ones that are in the area, and these are what they're paying in and at the reference date or close to the reference date.
Sorry, I was and this property, I'm just trying to look at your map, page 4. the location of it? Where's, how is it marked? Is that where the roll number is listed?
Yes, it's, like I said, right behind the Wendy's.
So corner of Pandora and Plessy?
Yes.
Okay.
In between Regent and Pedro.
And the rest of your comparables are, except for Kildare, are on Regent, correct?
Correct.
The sorry, I'm just the space that you have is 12,600 square feet, but I take it that includes a basement.
Yeah,
Why didn't you have a separate rent for the basement?
this is what we put under one CRU. This is what they reported.
Well, do they do banking in the basement?
Mr. Neufeld, this is what they reported to us. This is what our
I-
our information indicates.
You know, the properties we've just seen, you've got them split up by levels and uses. In this case, we know there's a basement. Wasn't there a basement allocation made for this one in the model?
I don't have an explanation for that. That's how our model is derived. That's how it's shown.
Do you have any,
Did that both in plan area and basement area and gross area.
do you have any rents for basements?
Not of such nature because banks typically would not break out a leasable area in the basement. They're simply leased out. I have yet to see a differential breakout for a basement bank space area versus the main floor. It's one CRU, they lease it out as one CRU.
You have not seen that? Now, I'm sorry, you are under oath. I'm not sure that statement is correct. You've not
Mr.
seen it?
Neufeld,
Let
do
me
not,
rephrase, I don't recall seeing a specific lease from a bank which would indicate, I mean, a contract specific lease where I could review.
Okay, okay. Well, I'm sorry, this may have been my error. I was wondering about the way you assess them. You have seen separate assessments for basements, right?
In different various buildings, yes, of course.
Okay, sorry, apologize there. I heard you wrong. Page 1, why was the effective year changed from 76 to 95?
I couldn't comment on that. I haven't looked back that far. Like, as I indicated, I typically review 3 to 5 years, because having the most relative information leading up to the property reference date and using it or valuing the property as it sits. What it was used for in 1976. You know, literally.
Those are my questions.
okay, Ms. Anderson, questions?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Whitbread?
I have none either, thank you.
Okay, so your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. This is was a Casera branch. It's now an Access Credit Union. The merger happened in 2021, as well as there were other mergers in 2022, which created about 12 vacancies in banks in Winnipeg. So the idea of having a bank vacancy rate has not considered that the closure of banks, and that's part of an important issue in the market if you're going to call it a bank. We just deal with it like an office because it's nothing special. It has 2 levels, and on page 6, that is a picture of the basement. That's doesn't look like they're doing banking downstairs. And also on page 7, there's 2 more basement pictures. That is what the assessment department is putting $24 a foot on. It's not leasable space. Rather than now, we do not take exception with the upper level space at the $24 rent, but there is no appreciable value to the basement. So what we've just broken it down to you on an allocation basis, but the basement should never be considered. It would not be considered by a professional, by a real estate broker, by an appraiser, by anybody who's certified in this business. We don't count basement space. It's a violation of standards unless it's proven to be separately demisable and rentable. And 605 Desmurin, as an example, is. For 1300 Plessy is not. The So on that basis, as far as the issue that we're presenting here isn't the rent issue, it's the fact that the basement isn't leasable. And you can see by the pictures and the standard industry practice, which I can testify to as an expert witness in this matter. The vacancy was taken from an office rate. There's no such thing as a bank rate because all the banks that closed down went to alternate uses. Pizza, where some were in offices and others. It's a building. You can't tax the use. So that's why we applied 6%. The shortfall is indicative of the cost to carry and the tax rate. Primarily, it's $7.35 a square foot for taxes alone. Then with the utilities to run the space, you're at $11. The model fails to understand that as you put a higher rent on a property, you increase the shortfall. It's not one shortfall for everybody. Again, this is another error in the modeling system. The cap rate is determined by a number of factors. We looked at an office prime on page 2, and the year built. You can see from the pictures, there's nothing to suggest that anything has been done to the site other than probably looks like they got new carpet squares in the site. Nothing has changed the remaining economic life of the building. Basement space is not rentable. The location, it's off Regent. So on an alternative use basis, which drives valuation, you're off Regent. That means you don't get Regent rates, you get off Regent rates. And this area is on the borderline between the Transcona Industrial and the Transcona retail site, right across from the Fresh Fish office. And that's the other point, which is not addressed. Well, quality and condition are, but in this is the consideration for continuing repurposing of these buildings. Anything that is a bank is under threat to be changed to a different use. And it's not just the mergers, it's electronic conversion. That whole basement is obsolete. It used to be for paper records. Nobody needs it. Nobody wants it anymore. When these hit the market, there's going to be capital costs for conversion, and they're going to be more hitting the market. And therefore, it's a riskier investment. There are banks that are getting good rates of return. They're on primary arteries, well-established, servicing the population for years, and they have additional services such as the wealth centers, the RSPs. This is not one of them. That's my presentation.
Okay, questions, Mr. Poole?
Yeah, just a few questions. Do you have any banking rates for comparables?
We looked at a variety of rates, and they're all in here. There's the concept of a bank market is a fabrication of the model, not of the marketplace. But
your direct banking comparables?
I said my answer. There is no such thing as a bank rent rate. It is a application of the model, not of the marketplace. It's retail or office.
Do you have any comparables?
And for example,
Area?
I'm looking at page 13, which was a former, oh no, that's not the former bank. Is that part of the CIBC? No, it isn't. Never mind.
Do you have any banking comparables in the near location on Regent Avenue or just off the Regent Avenue?
I said my piece, but I also don't disagree that $24 is an adequate number for the main floor area.
Why
So
would you?
Not in disagreement on that.
Why would you, given my information that I showed you on page 6 for the comparables, why would you not think that some 200 feet off of Regent, corner of Plessis, that you would not be able to get in around the near $30 rent for the main area? Meaning the 6,300 square feet above grade, the subject property.
Because it's off Regent, because it's off the primary main street, and it's a little bit of distance from the primary Regent center, which is the corner near the corner of La Jamodier, extending to near where Costco is. That's the primary retail area. There's a couple of banks right there at 1555 La Jamodier. They're getting good rents, pad sites on a shopping center. Of course they are. This is around the corner, and it's not just the bank. It's the concept of other uses. The market is based on alternate use. What can you rent it for? Not what will a bank pay for it, but what would anybody pay for it? And on that basis, it really lacks primary marketability. It's a secondary use. It's going to end up being a professional office or something of the sort for a local organization.
Do you not consider a bank tenant, regardless if it's suburban or downtown, a secured tenancy?
I'm sorry, I don't understand. Are you suggesting that the Manitoba Municipal Assessment Act is taxing the business operation rather than the real estate?
No, what I'm suggesting is, would you not consider a bank tenant, any bank tenant, banking institute, as a property owner, not a prime tenancy?
Whether it is or it isn't is not part of the Manitoba Municipal Assessment Act. They do not tax business operations. We tax the real estate and the potential of the site to generate returns based on its physical qualities. This is location deficient. This is obsolete space, and I'm not horrible space, but it's not great space. It's not at the top of the market.
So you don't feel the covenant that a financial institute renting obviously a once a year space has any kind of financial strength or income stability?
Again, I'm going to object to the question. You don't tax covenants.
You can, he's asking about the strength of the tenancy.
Correct. You cannot tax the strength of the tenancy. If Microsoft owned this, or if I owned it, it has to be assessed the same way, not on my ability to pay or Microsoft's ability to pay. That is a violation of the Municipal Assessment Act.
Okay, can you turn to page 2? For your capitalization rate chart, you reference this off of, and it makes an adjustment towards something other than a bank sale. What is this actually being based off of?
Oh, our base on this is an office.
Sales, like what kind of office?
No, we as with the other ones, we're using the Collier's base model for premium office, and then looking at the deductions from premium office for the specific property.
So a Class A building, Class B building, downtown office?
Well, as referenced on page just find it here, page 46, suburban office.
So not a bank, not a financial institute.
Absolutely not. That's taxing the user, not the real estate.
Okay, can you point out, just to confirm, that access to the site, configuration, use, exposure, quality, condition, and most importantly, income growth potential, income strength, and income stability, all are 100% of what your base points are? There's been no deductions? The main reasons why you would have a lower cap rate, you would check off 100% on all of them. There's been no factors to.
No, I missed it. So you said access. Yeah, I don't see there's an access deficiency in it. What was the next one? Configuration.
Land use.
Well, configuration was accounted for in design layout with the basement, so it's a related category. We would just selected that one instead of the configuration.
Exposure 3 to 3.
Land use is of course it's the land use. It's going to be a retail or office. That's what it's zoned for. No deficiency on it, on the usage of it.
Exposure, you indicated that you didn't think it was good exposure, not being on region.
Yeah, I disagree with that entirely. I didn't make this up, but this is what we're presenting. It is poor exposure.
But you made no adjustments for it.
I didn't prepare this. I'm here in a consulting capacity to demonstrate what was made up here, and my experience would say that that is incorrect. I would definitely see it as having inferior exposure.
The quality and condition, again, 100% points,
Well,
no reduction.
quality and condition are 50% deductions, at least what I'm reading
Oh,
here.
sorry, my mistake, I misread that, I apologize for that. And generally speaking, your income growth, tenant strength, and income stability, which would be what the property could generate. You have
Well, now these categories are in place because in private practice, there is some consideration for the covenant of the tenant for many investors, but they are not for taxation. So unless we see something physical that would stop it from generating income, we generally don't deduct for it. And there are times, like if you have a lower remaining economic life on it, which is a physical quality, we will highlight that. But generally, for ad valorem assessment, we refrain from making adjustments neither negative nor positive on that basis.
Other questions I have, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread, questions?
I have nothing, thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
I also have nothing, thank you.
Okay, summation, Mr. Pohl?
I don't think it's necessary for this one.
Mr. Newfeld?
Just that, the selection of a model that highlights banks alone is, in my opinion, a violation of the act, because what you're going after is the strength of the user. You have to be looking at the quality of the site. And every time a bank gets repurposed for a different use, then it proves the point that it's just a piece of real estate. And if you were to highlight banks alone, then you have to take into account the mergers and the branch closures. We didn't present it here, but I think it's in the common, everybody knows that the credit unions are merging and closing branches, and we all bank online. We don't line up at the bank anymore. So, and basement space, paper storage is gone. It's all electronic storage. We have some obsolescence factors. We accept $24 on the main. We accept 0 on the basement, but we have written it out as an allocation basis on this property. And sorry, that's it. Sorry, done.
Okay, we will go on to 1800 Waverly. Or, sorry, not it. I obviously need new glasses. 1080 Waverly.
I need new glasses too. I need glasses too. I'll admit that as well. I need readers. There's been a little bit of a difficulty this go around. I've been noticing it.
Okay, 1080
alright.
Waverly, and there's class and liability on this as well. So again, Mr. Pohl, if you can read in the basic data, and then we'll have Mr. Newfeld talk on class and liability.
File number 243679. Roll number is 0307155340. The civic address is 1080 Waverly Street. The 2025 assessed value is for $10,995,000. Stop there.
Okay, Mr. Newfeld now on classification liability.
We have ongoing discussions on certain of these tenants, and I would ask they be confirmed, the class and liability at the board, and they're being dealt with in another area.
All right. Thank you. So then on value, Mr. Pohl.
Property was built in 1989. We have 52,980 square feet of leasable area. On page 2 shows the subject property leases. They're highlighted for your convenience, but the areas, I'm not going to go through all of them, but as you can see, there are numerous. What I will get to is on page 7, the financials. The net office rent yields an attained or collected rent of $17.72 based on 54,682 square feet of leasable area, so a little off there. They're slightly reporting a bit above leasable area than we have on record. On page 8, the adjusted net operating income, and it's adjusted for the parameters that you see highlighted. We are taking out the leasing commissions, we are taking out the cost of the leasing improvements or the tenant improvements, and we are taking off the cash back to the owner. Clearly, those 3 things are not allowed. Those low line items. I'm not going to get into what was confirmed for Trickle 4 St. Mary's. It's an educated panel here today. You've heard it before. So when those are taken out, and those line items are taken out, the adjusted NOI is $708,092. Please keep that in mind as we go through. On page 9 shows a unit that's available for lease at the reference date or approaching the reference date. It's unit 3 at $16 a square foot. As you can see, highlighted August 18th, 2022. And here's a photo of the unit itself below that. So just a bit of for the board's information on the subject property. It's on page 11 itself, consists of 2 buildings. The one to the top is more of a strip mall. The one to the opposite is more of an office. As you can see on our comparables, page 12, we have comparables in the Taylor, Wilkes, Dovercourt, Cordington area, Waverly area. So it's all within that same general region. For 23 comparables, we have 140,000 somewhat square feet, median CRU size of 6,100 square feet approximately. Sorry, average CRU size of 6,100 square feet approximately, as well as a median CRU size of around 5,000. Average rent is $18.74. Weighted average is $18.37, and median is $18 as well. So a nice tight average. On page 13 gives the model our workup for the 52,980 square feet. We have approximate $16 attached or applied, I should say, which produces a PGI of $847,885. Our standard parameters apply. At vacancy at 6%, gives effective gross income of $797,012. 3% from all coverables, 8% for shortfall, gives a NOI of $747,672. So we are approximately about 5.5% above what the actual performance is. If you look at it, we're at 95% or so bang on. If you look at it from a confidence interval from statistical analysis, I'm good with that. That's as good as you could really get from a modeling perspective. You know, if you want to look at it from the B simple perspective, or if you want to look at it from the contract leasehold perspective, they're basically equal. So from that point, it's a 6.8% capitalization rate. I won't get into the capitalization rates. We've already covered that earlier in the hearing. Capped gives us our $10,995,000. And for Berkeley's standpoint, without any questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, just the first one, of course, page 13 and 14. This is done by the model.
Entirely, yes.
Okay. And you're classifying this as apparently as office, the entire property. Is that correct?
Yes, it's of the office use. Yes, the primary building is obviously the one to the lower of the page.
Okay, and just wondering about some of these users. Linden Ridge Animal Hospital, is that an office?
No, that's an animal.
Okay, yeah, my dog goes there.
I
Hot
have
Yoga,
dependencies in place for them to read. I highlighted them.
Hot yoga, is that office?
No, Mr. Newfield, as we're clear, I'm showing them in full. Everyone can read.
Okay,
It's more of a strip mall location.
I just want to ask the questions. Chiropractor, do you consider that office?
That'd be more of medical nature.
Massage therapy, is that office? And I'm looking
More
at,
retail nature, yes.
okay, Friesen Floor and Decor, is that office?
Retail,
Okay. First Nations Education Center,
that's more of a. For their use, it's obvious.
dental office, is that under your office classification?
Again, that's more office medical.
Okay. And again, another yoga studio. No, that's not office either.
No,
Okay. Um, now, what is the yellow and blue lines are indicating?
which page are you looking at?
I'm sorry, I'm looking at page 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You got highlights of yellow and highlights of blue, and some without highlights. I'm trying to understand what they mean. Do we read anything into these?
Gross versus net.
Okay, so yellow being net, and blue meaning gross.
Right.
Okay, and what about where it's not highlighted?
Did I miss any?
Yeah, that'd be Unit 8, Financial Heights.
I simply missed that. That'd be net.
Okay. And when you made this distinction, I'm just wondering if you looked at the recoveries, why do they differ? And while I'm on that page, for example, Unit 7 collects 347 a foot in taxes, whereas Unit 8 collects 373 in taxes.
Differentiation between the parameters. I don't have exclusively the leases in place. There's no way for me to determine that.
Well,
Concentrated on is reviewing the information as a whole. And obviously, when we went through the financials, as far as what the net operating income eventually was shown to us, is where I look at it, because that, whether it be gross or that, whether it be semi-gross or net, is it effectively where it would show up to a property.
Page 6, you have 2 users that pay vastly different common area and taxes than some of the other tenants. So I guess my question is, does this not demonstrate a mix of lease types, gross, semi-gross, and gross?
Pretty clear on that. I agree.
Okay, all right.
I highlighted them for the board's convenience and yours.
So now, with that information in mind, at the bottom of page 7, where you state 1772, what was that number calculated from?
The collected rent. Notice I didn't say gross, net, semi-gross, the collected rent.
Is that from office rent line item above 969,000?
Yes, highlighted.
Okay, but after looking at the rent roll, would you concede that that is not a net revenue or net rental
Doesn't say net.
situation?
It doesn't say that. It says
Okay,
collected.
and that's
Okay.
fine, but I just want the board to understand that it's not a net rent, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And in this workup, did you note a vacancy? Of the actuals, I'm sorry, in the actuals, did you note a vacancy?
sorry, rephrase that.
In this review of the statements, was there a vacancy noted?
They indicated there was no vacancy, page 6, 54,000, 683 square feet, 0 vacancy.
And you got some items in red on page 8. Your statement said they're not allowed. Can you just clarify that for me, what not allowed means?
These are not allowed at the municipal board level. I've had this challenged.
Okay, sorry, that's,
You're
I just,
gonna ask a question, I'm gonna answer it in full. These are below line items that you typically would be excluded from developing a net operating income from. So leasing commissions, leasing tenant improvements are completely outlined, not in that order. The board is aware of it, so are you, you've seen it. And obviously, cash to owner, 710,000 is not something that you would include.
now, I just want to clarify, I'm not asking about the cash to owner, but the other items, and you said they're not allowed, but I just want to ask, the question was, in, that is within your understanding of the arena of tax appeal at municipal board, correct?
There were long-term arguments.
Yeah,
Years
but
ago, before
I
I
just want to
started,
ask,
yes,
where,
they're not allowed, sure, sure,
Yeah, okay.
yes.
okay, good, that's all I was asking. Um, what was the date of this offering for, okay, never mind, I see here, August 22, the lease was offered at $16, okay? And that's unit 3. And what did that close at?
I don't know, it's just a lease offer.
Well, I'm just want to make sure I'm looking at unit 3 here in their workup. That would be a rent that's currently stated to be at, oh no, that's not the right unit size, 1450. I'm just trying to match that up to the rent roll.
It's just an advertised, I don't know what it. May have got 16, may have got below it, may have got above it.
Okay. But unit 3 is actually leased at the time at 1450 and your workup, correct?
Yeah,
Okay. And with the application of the city's parameters, then this has all been deemed to be an office capitalization rate.
right,
And your rent, supporting rents, page 12 are all office, is that correct?
right.
Those are my questions, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread, questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Miss Anderson?
No, I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, your presentation, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. So obviously you've got the background on the property. It's 2 buildings. It's a mix of office retail, predominantly retail. Even the ones that operate as offices are storefront retail, like financial advisor. Yeah, it's an office, but people come in to buy RSPs and stocks. So this is a retail, mostly retail site. The predominant office user is in the building to the south. There's more office in there, especially the top floor being the First Nations Education Center. The income we used was 668, and I'm just reading the statement here as well. I mean, I think with a building with mixed rents, as you've heard, gross, semi-gross, and net, one has to default to the statement. Looking at what the markup for the assessor was, you know, commissions and tenant improvements are a part of operations, period. In my way I've been taught, the way I've been accredited, is that is an expense. Now, I'm not going to go back to all the arguments made at municipal board. I'm an appraiser. We look at it. Now, the only comment I would make on that is that you have 2 methods of dealing with these styles of expenses. One is to take them as an expense, and the other is to do an allocation for them and to stabilize them over time, which is what the non-recoverables is supposed to do. You can see in our workup, we did not do an accounting for non-recoverables. Rather, we took them for what they were. Because this building has a high turnover history, these are recurring costs. that it has. It's a read of the leases will tell you that, but I mean, now not a good advertisement for them, but I get my haircut there now, so again, bad advertisement. It's my fault, the haircut. I bring my dog there. This is familiarity with the site. Both of those functions are retail, and so it should have been dealt with on a retail basis, predominantly retail. The only thing I question on our workup is the 17% vacancy. I think that's a typo. I think it's supposed to be 7.7, and the person who did it isn't around. And I'd certainly like to amend that because I don't think it's right. Just give me 1 second here. I'm just checking retail numbers, and yeah, I think he added a 1 digit in front of the 17.7, and it should be 7.7, which is a mixed rate of office, which is at about 10 and retail at 6. I'm just going to find that and give you the right number. You'll allow me a minute to find it. Okay, sorry, I've got that here. Okay, sorry, I have the corrected number. So the 7.7% vacancy is 51,502, and it changes the NOI to 569,953, and capped value is 7,354,000 rounded, 7,354 rounded.
Are those numbers correct?
Let me just read the formulas here. So 5.
I get yes, the 51,502, but I end up with an NOI of 539,105.
Okay, let me just 539. So my after the 51,502, I get 617,352.
Yep.
So that's about right. Yeah, and then subtract shortfall and structural at 57 gets me 569.
Shortfall decreases because of the vacancy decreases.
Correct. So that shortfall is now 35,051.
Mm-hmm. Well, I get
And
0.32, but
yeah, and the structural is at 2%, so that changes to 12,347.
mhm.
7 to D10. I get 569,953.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Okay, so again, sorry for that. So the debate we have here is 3 areas. First, it's the rent, and we've chosen to use a method in this case because it's a mess. Is looking at the gross numbers, and for that reason, we had no non-recoverables. As I was saying earlier, you pick and choose where it applies. I'm not adverse to looking at those numbers and adjusting them slightly for time, because it's a little bit higher than you would expect to see for these costs, but they belong. And as I say, you have the choice of where you'd like to take them in a gross building estimate. And regardless of the way one were to read this, that's still, again, our final NOI on the actual, on that interpretation would be 569 versus what the assessment is at 747. So there's still a wide gap, and I'm sure if the board wishes to, you've got your calculators out, do it yourself. I don't support it, but if you changed the income as the assessor suggested on taking those items out of the expense line and put an allowance for them in the non-recoverables, you're not going to see an NOI that pops $600,000, because that's the way the math would lay out. We were $43,000 in dispute. If you disagreed with it, changes the potential income up to $711,000. Yes, and then you still take your vacancy off and the rest of your costs off, an additional 1% for non-recoverables. You're going to end up with an NOI of about 595 in that ballpark. Again, that's the math on it where we differ. And then the cap rate is concerned. The site is retail and office. We looked at, again, the same method on our page 40 something, when we looked at 42, we're looking at retail numbers and industrial numbers. This would be, I don't know what you'd call this on a retail side, rather a miscellaneous retail. It's not a strip. And then the office, suburban office, would be where it would fit in if on premium. So premium is 6.5 for this site, and then deductions from it for what it is, and that would be for issues such as multiple buildings, multiple uses. You haven't made your mind up what you want to be, the flexibility, though, is a positive sign, is that you can move sites around. I think that I hope I don't drive boards crazy here, but if I was looking at this, I probably wouldn't have been as harsh on it as 7.75. I think that it's the concept of flexibility is important here, and it does have flexibility. The downside on it is it doesn't have the physical capability to attract quality users. Its physical capability is neighborhood uses, cutting hair, washing dogs, hot yoga. That's what's happening in this building. And that's, we're not taxing the business, we're taxing the building's ability to attract that anything more than regional services. I would like to suggest that our cap is a bit on the high side, and I think closer to retail would be more appropriate. And I know we've settled a fair amount of retail at 7 to 7.25, 7.5. Changing it to 7.25, our number is 7,861, 7,861,000.
Okay, is that your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, questions, Mr. Pohl?
Yeah, can you just confirm, just generally, the two-story office building is about double the size of the strip malls or leasable area?
Just a sec.
You can see it in your pictures.
The pictures. No, I think they're pretty close to the same square footage overall. 2 stories versus the single story. See, the building to the north was actually built for industrial, and it has several of them have loading docks at the rear, which of course are not in use anymore. And the other one was more of an office, mixed retail office use. That's how they were created, and then over time they just shifted to all the industrial went to retail.
Please turn to your page 4. Look at your below line items under administration and other expenses. You have an administration general. That's obviously administration. I just want you to confirm the asset fee. That is for asset management, is it not?
No, this is
What is it for?
this is a different style of property management. So it's a mixed management fee, and they have it in a different class. It's not sorry, it is appropriate to the number. If you let me just see here, management side. So the management side, they're generally under collecting because the management fee is based on gross income and costs for services. So it's just part of the overall management. It's just not recoverable.
Frank, we have an administration management fees of 67,000 some odd dollars. And we have an asset fee, and I'm just confirming that's not for a property manager managing this property. $48,967.
This is not going to be a statement that was made for you or made for anybody else to read without knowing the particulars of it. It is a usage that is charged for operating the property. It's not. There's a mixed management style system in place.
Who pays the management fees, administration fees? The tenants?
Yeah, I don't see a breakdown on the cam, so I don't know. I imagine so.
We get into the next question, who pays the asset management fees?
They that comes out of their recoveries as well.
With that, I'll have summary. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, questions?
All right, just back to the math again. Can you tell me what your now adjusted NOI is precisely? 569,
That's correct.
569, 563, or 569 even?
Oh, I'm sorry. I minimized it. Now I can't find it.
I have 569,953.
I would go with that. Yes,
And then you've adjusted the cap rate to 7.25%,
that's correct.
and you've adjusted the vacancy, you've corrected the vacancy to 7.7%.
That's correct.
And so the adjusted value is now 7,861,000.
Correct.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
I think we're around to 7,862,000, but
If you went up, I went down. Okay, it's fine.
Okay, thank you. That's it, Mr.
okay, Mr. Whitbread, questions?
Fine, thank you.
Okay, summation, Mr. Paul.
Yeah, just generally, the agent didn't have any comparables. They relied solely on their property. What he stated was one has to default to the statement. When you look at the statement, I tried to clarify one point. The asset management fee highlighted as I discussed versus the administration management fees. Administration management fees are allowed. In this board, asset management fees are below that and that are not. I had to clarify what those were before I would redact them out of the statement. My opinion is, after listening to this, that should be included to take, or at least put back into the NOI. It shouldn't be included in here. So it's one of the fees that I would put back in. And when it is put back in, The adjusted NOI is $755,059, which is basically just a few thousand over what our model is. So the argument between leasehold or contract are virtually the same. It's a small point into a larger income stream, but that is something that I had to confirm before I redacted it out, because usually you see asset management fee, just not asset fee. As we're going forward, this property is primarily an office property. If you look at the pictures in this brief, there's 2 stories onto similar size floor plate at the strip mall or so. It's more retail oriented. It is primarily an office building, office income stream, I should say. And at the end of the day, when you look at it, it's performing very, very well, depending on how you want to use retail components or office. You see no vacancy. Some 55,000 square feet. You see no vacancy, and you see an NOI of approximately 755,000 that's performing at. With that, I'll let you make your decision on what you would feel a property owner would pay, and inversely, what a capitalization rate would be for such a performing property. Thank you.
Okay, summation, Mr. Newfield.
Thank you. Again, there's this expectation that everybody's the same and does their statements the same. Part of what was said is based on assumptions, and what we try to do is deal with the actual situation. I've known this property managers for 30 years, and I live in the area. I told you I kept the services there. I had actually brought them tenants for this building, and it does not perform the way that the model thinks it performs. It has ongoing vacancies, ongoing turnovers, and at the particular point in time when they sent in the statement, they were full, but that's not been their history over time. The reading of statements is not something that can be done glibly like this. I've been sitting here and looking at this question on the asset fee and the management fees, and this is part of the basis for the recoveries. It's just a semantic issue. This is not a big corporation. This is an individual who owns the operation, and it's managed by 2 people who run a professional management agency. So the owner doesn't pay himself an asset management fee. This goes to the property manager, and it's written out this way. And I suspect why is that it has something to do with the lease configuration. And then I'm just trying to bear on memory here. I think it has to do with the lease configuration for the tenant, First Nations tenancy, who don't get a recovery on their of any costs on their gross basis. So what they've done is mixed it into a cost off that one, but the statements are, again, this is local business, so the statements are not going to be similar. It's not going to be a real slick and professional. You want to find holes in it, you'll find holes in it. But the bottom line is we have done a credible job, reasonable job, and with the corrections I made at the valuation of this property. The model got it wrong. It's not office. So we start right there with an error and burden of proof. They have an error in their system, and you can't cover it. You can't deal with it by looking at it another way. You got to start from scratch. I thank you very much for listening to me, and I apologize. I stumbled through this a bit. I'm just a little bit slow today.
Okay. We'll take a break until 12:15 now, then we'll come back to 785 Keyway, and then we have a preliminary issue on that. So we'll come back at 12:15. Thank you. All right, thank you. Our next property is 785 Keyway. So Mr. Poole, can you read in the base information, and then we'll have a preliminary matter to deal with?
Mr. Chair, is the preliminary matter the late submission?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
File number 244324, Roll number is 14100122265. Civic address is 785 Keewatin Street. And the assessed values for 2025 is for 6,782,000 for 40 S and 740,000 for 40, for a total of 7,522,000.
Okay, and now we have a preliminary matter of a late submission by the applicant. Ms. Graywood, can you tell us how late the submission was received by the board?
We received it yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay. So Mr. Newfield, on the matter of the first of all, I guess I'll ask Mr. Pohl, does the city object to receiving the late information?
Generally, I would have to, and I have a preliminary matter of my own later on. But yes, this would be too late to review.
Okay. So Mr. Newfield, on the late submission.
I think our position on it is that our submission came in yesterday afternoon. The assessment department has another matter further on the road. Same thing, arrived yesterday. I don't care what you do as long as you treat us both the same. And
Oh.
if you're going to do a submission not allowed for both of us, then I would appreciate if you set the rules as to what you were going to allow verbally, so they not get out of hand. But again, I don't care. We were both guilty of a sin, so we're either both innocent or both guilty.
All right, Mr. Pohl, any reply to that?
I'd rather deal with it when the same matter comes up in the last appeal today.
Okay. All right, then I guess the board will have to first of all, Ms. Anderson, any questions of either the applicant or the assessor?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Whitbridge.
No, I'm fine, thank you.
All right, then I guess we'll have to take a break and deliberate on whether to receive the late information.
In the waiting room, Mr. Newfield.
All right, thank you. We've discussed this matter, and I guess in the interest of a full hearing, we're going to permit the matter, the brief to be entered in this circumstance. Obviously, we haven't considered the circumstances of for item 8, but we will be cognizant of the decision in this matter when dealing with that matter. So again, now, Mr. Pohl, you can proceed with your valuation then.
There is a class and liability.
Yes, class and liability in this too, yes. Oh, and that's right. So that means, sorry, a little slow catching on here. Mr. Neufeld, then you have to on class and liability.
Yes, whatever way you want to proceed on this is fine.
Well, are you?
Oh, do you want? Oh, no, we're not gonna. Sorry. It appears that the class and liability is not at issue. This is a cautionary application. Probably quicker if you can confirm it rather than me withdrawing, because then you're gonna have to wait for me to respond. But whatever you want.
I'll say you want confirming class and liability.
Yes.
Subject to value.
Yeah, it's just a value issue.
So if the value is reduced, you would want the exempt and school exempt to be reduced?
Yes, um, uh, I'd say that before I even looked at what we did here, by the same ratio that's currently in place.
Same ratios, okay. You're not changing any areas that it should be.
No, nothing
Okay,
complicated.
Ask a quick question. Since
sure.
the class and liability, obviously, when you're checking class and liability, I'm trying to do my due diligence without knowing. From what I can see, it's a Winnipeg Regional Health occupied property in the totality, but underneath that banner, there was a breakout for a small daycare, early child center or care learning facility, I guess you would say. Is that still operational? Is that still in place? Because that's the breakout between the 40S and the 40E. Daycare would be 40E. Winnipeg Regional Health would be 40S.
Again, it's not under, we've asked for it to be confirmed. It's not a matter that we need to bore the board with and waste our time on. There's no issue.
Okay,
I'll take direction from the board at this point. It looks like we're just having class and liabilities checked without actually understanding why. So if there was an issue, there should have been an argument or something, but from an assessor, it's a bit of a frustrating point to have this happen immediately today.
yeah, typically what we need with class and liability is if the appellant wishes to change the areas that are subject to an exemption, then they have to appeal class and liability. But if it's just a matter of value on the various portions there without changing the subject areas, then we can reduce proportionally.
Right, but if it's an open appeal for class and liability raised by the appellant, that means you can make a decision from the assessment side as well. It's not just a one-sided thing. I'm just trying to confirm what's in place. Is the daycare there and operational on January 1st, 2025? Or did they move out and they're no longer there? There's only 2 bids to review here, 2 spaces to review. I'm just curious if the agent did that. And if the daycare is there and active, then there's no issue. If they moved out and they're not in use and it's an empty space, then the exemption wouldn't go hand in hand. Of course, we wouldn't know that because we're looking at the 2023 or 2022 INE, and I can't move forward on an assessor's basis because I can't look post-reference. But is it physically in use as January 1st, 2025 is the only question I'm asking. If Ellen doesn't know.
Yeah, I guess that's a fair
Mr.
question.
Chairman, I know, but the point is it's not in contention. And the assessor is being a little bit misleading in that he has other tools at his disposal. They can issue changes under the act for this year and previous years if they found evidence that was not there. So I don't think we have to go through the board on this. It's just a waste of your time. I mean, I'm not evasive. The daycare is still there, but I don't want to waste our time on
Okay, well
that doesn't matter.
Simple answer, that daycare is still there would have solved the matter.
Well, it's on principle. It's not what this hearing is for.
Okay, so Mr. Neufeld's evidence is that the daycare is still there.
Fair enough, for review as we go forward.
Yep.
Whose turn is it to go first? Me or still me?
It would be you on value.
Well, not much. We're read that in, so we'll go straight into the valuation. Building was built in 2012. We have a leasable area of 26,994 square feet. We have on page 3 the information was submitted to us, the income expense questionnaire. It is for you to review. It is occupied in full by Winnipeg Regional Health. The question that I was asking is because obviously we have a breakout into the of the income streams for the daycare, which runs under the banner of Winnipeg Regional Health. But of course, because that space is a daycare, they would be fully exempt. So it would be 40E, not 40S, as the remainder of the building would be. If you look on page 4, the layout of the property is towards the left-hand or right-hand side of the page. If you look on page 5, is access to the main portion of Winnipeg Regional Health Center's their access center, the main door. And if you look on page 6, would be the signage for the daycare, but again, this is older file photo, as well as the door. They have a separate CRU leading to the door, and of course, for a daycare, you need an enclosed space, and that's the perimeter fencing that's going around it. So, my question simply was: is it still there? Just because it was there and released doesn't mean it's currently occupied, and you have to occupy it in order to receive the exemptions. So, it has to be in use. So, moving on from that point, page 6 and 7. And 8 are the exterior of the property. As you can see, it's clearly a well-built building. It's an access center. I don't think anyone's contesting the quality of the building and the use that it's for. Page 9 is interior photos of the property and leading onward. This was done from inspection of the property. I did not do it. These are all file photos. Just to get a general feel of the space. Good quality finish, and as you expect for a Winnipeg regional property being developed for them. The property was developed for them. And as such, I've looked at this, as I've looked at all Winnipeg regional health properties I've come to under appeal under myself. I've had numerous ones, none of them can change from this, from the board. I don't have the board orders in my brief, but generally speaking, the argument that we're going to prepare here or do here today is the same one we've done for the other access centers that I've handled. So the argument is simply, you have a property owner and you have a tenant. The property owner developed a site for the tenant, site specific for the tenant. What would they need for as far as return on their investment, rent paid? And our comparables that we would use would be other similar properties that have been developed in such a manner. And in this case here, because it's Winnipeg Regional Health, they have numerous properties that they have developed in a similar format with the owner-tenant relationship. That is the comparables that you see from page 1 to 14. Those are site-specific properties that have been developed for the tenants, Winnipeg Regional Health, from property owners, the rents that are in place. Number 10 is obviously the subject property at $23.25. Excuse me. So we have a totality of 14 properties that were developed for 484,000 approximate square feet.
What page are you on?
On page 13.
30?
13.
13.
13.
Okay.
So as we can see,
Ah,
CRUs are large because they are one CRUs typically. And the average rent is $19.70. The weighted average is $19.72, and the median is $19.22. So that is what Winnipeg Regional Health sites are being developed for and what they're paying in rent in other locations. The sites, the comparables 14 to 25 are sites that Winnipeg Regional Health lease in the marketplace that weren't developed specifically for them, meaning they're just spaces within the market that they've had a CRU tenant fitted for, but it's not a totality of the site that was developed for them. So we go along to page, or starting on page 13 is a picture of the properties. Again, 975 Henderson is one that I had under appeal. It was confirmed by the board. And as we go forward and along, we see the other properties as well. They are all large sites. They are all specific to the property owners developing for Winnipeg Regional Health. And that comes to an end on page 17 on comp number 14. I'd like to point out comp number 14, Leela. The back end of that is specifically for for Winnipeg Regional Health, but also on comp number 25, 1050 Leela, we have a 5,112 square foot CRU. That is not inclusive of, because that is a separate CRU. It's an auditory testing facility, which is separate demising unit. It's not employed by the same lease, so we do break that out for the lesser than, because obviously it's developed for that use. When we look at then comparables starting on page 18, this gives the idea of what we're getting at here. You know, The properties addresses that you see are locations throughout various, areas in the city, and again, they're not the building, the tenant, improvements were put in place for Winnipeg Regional Health, but the property itself wasn't developed, so they're just generally rent space in marketplace. And again, highlighted on the 25, 1050 Leela. As you can see, a separate CRU, separate entrance. It's just for hearing and testing for that. So from that point, we move to page 21, and we're looking at the income stream for the daycare. The daycare, we have 2,245 square feet applied to $23.31, which gives a PGI $52,331. Our vacancy at 6% gives us an effective gross income of $49,191. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives us net operating income of $46,637. Capped at 6.3% gives a value of $740,000. On the next page over. We have two CRUs totaling 24,749 square feet with attached $18.92 rent and $21.56 rents, which produces a potential gross income of $481,612. Capped at, or sorry, vacancy loss at 6%. His effective gross income of $452,715. Expenses at 3%, shortfall at $8 gives us a net operating income of $427,254. Capped at the same 6.3%, gives a value of $6,782,000. On the next page over gives a summary of the two income streams combined. Again, the 40E for the daycare, smaller CRU size, obviously, and the 40S for the rest of the Winnipeg Regional Health property. Also like to point out, if you look at the net earnings on page 3, it's $625,711. And the net operating income that we have in place modeled is $473,890. So with that, open questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. To start with the basics, this valuation was all done by the model, and I'm assuming that's for pages 21, 22, and 23.
Yes.
Now, in this workup where you have a split income stream, was this solely for the purpose of an exemption?
It would have to be, if you have a daycare that has a different exempt status versus Winnipeg Regional Health, you have to break it up.
Sorry, so it is solely for the purpose of the exemption that a split revenue stream was used?
Yeah.
Okay. Now on page 3, the rent roll, does it show a separate entry for the daycare?
Page 3?
Yes.
No.
Is confirmed there is only one lease or one rental arrangement in place?
That's what I have, yes.
So why would, on a value basis, you split it up and not have the same numbers for each part of the space?
Looking at it as far as the model, I made no adjustments for it. I'm reviewing not only the rents in place, but also the parameters in place and ultimately the net operating income that we have. And when I'm looking at the net operating income that we have, some modeled at $473,891 and see a reported $625,711.
Yeah, I'm just trying to make this
I
short.
didn't see
The model is the answer.
I'm trying to answer. I didn't see a need to adjust specific CRU.
Okay.
Such as the daycare.
But the model created this, you made no adjustments. Ben? Is
So
what
I'm
you're saying?
reviewing the model, I'm reviewing the performance of the property itself. I'm looking at it from an unencumbered, fee simple unencumbered by lease, but also what the performance of the property is.
Oh, okay, so is the daycare space demised?
Here, so yes,
Have you been in it?
I already stated I haven't been in this property, no.
If not, okay. Now, these pictures that have been presented throughout this report, were these all taken around the same time?
As I indicated, page 5, file photos in 2013.
2013, okay, so that's all these pictures from up to page 12 were from 2013?
Yep.
Okay. And on page picture on page 4, this property, confirm it does not have frontage on Keewatin?
No, it does not. You can get access through it though, through. There is drive through the other parcels that are.
Have you determined that you can actually get access? Are there easements registered?
I didn't determine if there's easements. I've lived in the area. Well, I used to live in the area. I've been through the sites. There is,
Yeah, I don't care where you live. Is there something on title?
I didn't verify that.
Okay. In terms of an alternate use, isn't the rearage and a bit of a hindrance?
Sorry, I don't. get
Is
that.
is a rearage property less desirable than a frontage property?
As far as property that doesn't have frontage on Keewing, depends on what the use is for.
On any street?
If you're looking at it from a retail perspective, yes.
Okay.
If you're looking at it from how it's been developed, I would say no.
And without knowing and research whether there was an easement or not, would you have any knowledge or not if there would be a specific use stated in access through the neighbor's lands?
Verify or research that.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I didn't verify or research that.
Okay, that's fine. Um, on your samples of transactions you brought forward, and I guess page 13, are there any in the area nearby?
Nearest one would be 1050.
Okay, and so at this particular site, fair to say it's located on the southern side of Inkster Industrial?
Be located on the east side of of that node, that retail node.
Right, so
If you want
but
to say south, I guess you could say southeast. Yeah.
sure, half a block or so off Inkster Industrial. What is the Willow Park Housing Co-op beside it?
That's a housing co-op.
Is
Very large one.
as well as the co-op, the one, isn't this all institutional housing?
What phrase it like that, yeah.
Okay, I mean, I mean nothing derogatory by it, but it's housing that's controlled and rented by Manitoba Housing for those who cannot afford other housing. I want to use the right term for it. Is that fair?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. Back to the transactions you've reported, and they're split into categories. I may have missed it. I know you've said this before, but what is the difference between the two categories?
Comps 1 through 14 are sites that have been specifically developed for Winnipeg Regional Health. And then comps 1 or 15 to 25 are spaces that have been or Winnipeg Regional Health leases out an existing building generally and develops the CRU to fit. As you would.
So just to confirm then, every single transaction brought forward involved WHA?
Winnipeg Regional Health, I believe, 1155 Concordia, pictures you can see.
They all say WHA beside them. I'm just wondering, I'm
You
just
look at-
summarizing.
If you look at page 17, 12 and 13, its majority is that, but there is a Shoppers in there as well.
Okay, but you stated on all of these under the tenant, these are all WHA leases then, right?
Sorry, I'm getting feedback. I can't hear that. Can you say that again?
Underneath the heading of tenant, every one of these is labeled WRHA,
Yes,
correct?
yes, it's their larger centers, their access centers, their women's clinic, health, social services, things of that nature.
And you mentioned earlier about that, and I just want to understand this. You said that was your primary research into this to look for when a site is developed specifically for a user, what is the return to the developer? Is that, I don't want to get it wrong what you said. Is that what you said?
Don't remember exactly how it is, but generally speaking, it's the marketplace speaking. It is sorry, I apologize. I'm getting a lot of noise from the next door.
So, I think.
Hey, thank you. It's very distracting. But generally speaking, it's the marketplace from an owner perspective, from a tenant's perspective, or an owner will develop that site for that single tenant.
The owner developing a site for that single tenant.
And that tenant paying the owner for the use of that site or
Okay.
long-term use. Obviously, these are long-term tenancies.
And so you did not use the definition in the Municipal Assessment Act then for value? Or did you? I don't understand.
I use. Sorry, can someone?
Yeah,
Maybe we can take like a minute recess it's getting very difficult to hear.
Mr. Chair, they're probably getting ready for another meeting at 1 o'clock.
Probably, yes. Yeah.
So generally speaking, I am aware of the definition of the Municipal Assessment Act for value. I'm solely not pinned to that. There's many variants from municipal borders that clarify that. I'm looking at it from a market perspective, what a property owner would need to develop, would need to charge rent and have a net operating income coming back to them to develop a site solely for a tenancy of a long-term fixed use. And in this case here, we have numerous within the city and the all Winnipeg Regional Health, and which are developed similar in nature to the subject property.
Okay, did you have a chance to read the actual lease?
If I had a chance to,
Read the actual lease.
no, I have not gone over the actual lease for this
Okay.
one.
And your statement indicates, sorry, I want to look at it on page 3. A term has been set from 2012 to 2037. Are there revisionary clauses or renewal clauses?
These are
He
generally-
just said he doesn't know, hasn't read the lease, so.
I'm not sure if that's the same as a summary of it, but I think it's a slightly different question.
Generally, I'll answer. Generally, I'm working from the income expense questionnaires that the property owners hold out to us and what's reported on it. If I can catch a lease start date and a step up, I'll report as such. If it's simply the information I'm going on and it's just the step up that's there, I have to report that. They don't typically give us the entire totality of the leases, nor do I review the totality of leases for every single appeal moving forward. I noticed you put it in your brief. I got this brief late yesterday. I didn't get a chance to review it in full.
Just one sec. Those are my questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Whitbread,
No, I have nothing, thank you.
Ms. Anderson.
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay, your presentation, Mr. Newfield.
I will start it off with the verse from the act. Value means in respect of property being assessed under this act, the amount that the property might reasonably be expected to realize if sold in the open market on the applicable reference date by a willing seller to willing buyer. Now, what we have here is the lack of open market, because this is what was presented to you was not a market decisions, they were policy decisions, and we'll present some evidence and rebuttal just to show what the world's position is on this. The lease we is not a lease; it's a cost recovery tool. The excerpts are included in our report on pages 11 and forward. It's a long lease. We did not produce it all, but it was the result of an RFP to build us a building and build it to our specifications. So right away, anybody who refers to these transactions, and this is, by the way, this is a standard lease put forward for all these WHA developed sites, will first have to understand what other things were included in this agreement to build and recover costs. So it fails the test of market value because there are non-realty items included, and it's also a end termination agreement. It runs 25 years and it's over. When somebody responds to an RFP like this, and I'm not speaking hearsay, our office did these transactions. Our office worked on the RFPs and secured the deals and set the rents, and not rents, returns on cost. The concept was simple. The property owner was sought to recover all of his costs over a shortened term. And a cap rate, by definition, is a minimum of 35 years of projected income with a residual at the end of whatever the building is worth at the end. That's how a cap rate's done. This is not a cap rate. This is not a transaction that's based on investment. It's a cost recovery. So what's being presented on all the WHA sites that were developed this way is a cost approach. It's like I'm taking a mortgage and WHA is going to pay the mortgage. So we're not looking at it that. What we have to look at is, as the Act says, what's going to be like in the market. So the real problem here is, which both parties obviously you can see had, is find comparables in Keewatin, because Keewatin doesn't have office of this size. Keewatin is a mixed neighborhood. On the strip nearby, there's some retail, a lot of industrial. Office is not one of the features of the areas. We looked at citywide rates. We consulted with our brokers and determined that this is the area is inferior for the usage of office. You will not see a high office rent in Keewatin. And the properties we reviewed, there's a list of them. There's no such thing here as a smoking gun. There's no one I could point you to say this is it. But looking at a universe of deals, it's going to be, in our opinion, $13 a square foot as a potential rent. And that might even be on the high side, considering the location deficiencies and getting to it. Now, the land in front is a public library, City of Winnipeg, but that doesn't mean it's a thoroughfare. I haven't researched the title either, but I'm making the assumption that there's an easement for access to the site through that land. But that easement is based on usage, not on anybody gets it. So if you wanted to open an all-night bar in there, the easement would not be applicable. It is just for WHA that was granted. And that is my assumption. But I did check that with our people when the deals were set up. And the next issue has to do with the vacancy rate. Now, we have two issues that we're trying to balance off here. This is a lease with a finite, not a lease, a mortgage recovery with a finite ending time. And the concept of access centers was put forward as a policy by one elected government, changed by the next elected government, and now we're in the third elected government since this happened. These are policy decisions, not real estate decisions. Nobody knows the future of an access center in the medical system, and when this goes dark, it's an empty building. Maybe you'll see one of the discount retailers in the site paying cheap rent, selling stuff at Halloween and Christmas, and that's really what you have to look forward to as an investor. Now, how do we deal with it? You can look at vacancy, you can look at cap rates to deal with it. What we ended up looking at was a cap rate that was from the Johnson report on this type of property. The vacancy from the Johnson report, and that's listed on pages. Sorry, I'm just looking for the write-up here. Page 17, and that number is the suburban medical number. Might be a bit aggressive, I admit, but it was our choice because the cap rate should have been more aggressive. So we were just trying to balance this off into something that made sense. So if you had the vacancy risk in, you're admitting that when the termination comes up or there's a change in use, that you're going to get less rent. The vacancy is going to cover that, and the cap rate's going to have to indicate your need for putting in costs to change it to whatever comes next. This is not a property that will be bought and sold as an office use. If you have an artificial usage to start when the term is over on the mortgage repayment, then the site will change its highest and best use. Again, we're just looking at a suburban B rate and the differences on the cap rate side. In my opinion, a very low cap rate for what an investor would look at. And in 2023, they would know there's 14 years left on the lease, and that's it. And as I said, a cap rate is based on assumed usage, remaining economic life of 35 years plus. And if there's a change in tenancy over the time, that's fine because it happens. But if there's going to be a change in the highest and best use, that's bad. There will be a change in the highest and best use because this is an artificial construct. That's our approach to it. And other than that, I do want to address something in rebuttal, which is quite pertinent.
Okay, questions, Mr. Paul?
Generally speaking, the basic argument that you and I both, that you presented here today is the same as you presented at other appeals for the Winnipeg Regional Health Access and Community Centers?
No, not really. I mean, every site was looked at differently. I think I remember 845 Regent, which is a ball of fun on the hearing. We talked about probably an upside on conversion to retail use because it was on Regent, and that should be taken into consideration.
Let me be more specific. The argument of a cost recovery that you're presenting versus my market approach between sites specifically developed for owner, from the owner to Winnipeg Regional Health.
Well, it's
That's-
not, it's an argument, it's a fact.
It's the same principal argument that you presented.
It's the same fact I presented on most all
The
of
only
these,
questions I have.
most all of these, that this was based on a mortgage repayment, we'll call it.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, any questions?
I have no questions at this time, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread.
I want to just get my head around this notion you presented that this is not a typical market-driven property. It's an artificial construct between the government of Manitoba and the Winnipeg Regional Health, or let's say the property owner, the tenant, and it doesn't follow normal market indicators or practices. Is that true, Mr. Evans?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, yes.
And so that we have to look at this in a whole different capacity as we try to put some value on this piece of property.
That's correct. And we have to look at the universe of the future of a suburban office located in a neighborhood like this. You think about the 35-year remaining economic life, you know that you got 14 covered, you got to worry about the next 21. So down the line, someone's going to have to put 5-10 million into it to do some form of alternate use. And that's the way an investor would look at it. They would never assume the government's going to renew because they're not, I mean, if they're locked into a long-term lease, wonderful return. If they're not, it's a wonderful vacancy.
Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, there's a number of different types of properties that are not that are valued differently, are there not? There, I would think seniors residence, personal care homes, they're all valued differently because they don't sell on the open market.
Yes, that's correct.
So
Well,
why-
actually, yeah, on a limited basis, some do, some don't. Yes, primarily, you're right.
so why wouldn't this be the same?
Because it was a private ownership and an arrangement was made in place to exchange money for services. Because some of the other sites you mentioned have more restricted development potential, such as a hospital. You're probably going to have some difficulty converting it. A personal care home will be extremely costly to convert. And on top of that, a personal care home is something that's going to be around for a long time because everyone's getting older and it's a growing industry. The issue with the access centers is this was an idea to bring in a product to the market by the Ministry of Health to take the pressure off emergency care, to put it out into the community. Every time a new government comes along, there's going to be a different approach to it. And I know nothing about their policy. I only know what I read, but I did read that they're going to put a brand new 80,000 square foot building in North Portage. Now that signifies a change in our direction. So, I think as an investor, they look at it and say, we don't think there's a future here. Whereas a personal care home, they would say, yeah, there's a future. Hospital, people still getting sick, yeah, there's a future. You're right though, but there's a lot of these special use properties, and you always have to look at them on an individual basis on repurposing. I'm just saying that this will have to be repurposed. There'll be a little bit of capital involved. There won't be the same return that they're getting right now. It's just going to be less.
All right. Thank you for that.
Jared, your camera is frozen.
Oh boy. I'll reboot it.
Thank you.
There, that looks better.
Was-
Maybe I should just put a picture of myself there. And anyhow,
You remember the last time it froze, you were in an angry gesture. This one, you were just in a puzzled gesture.
I'm never angry or puzzled.
Well, they caught you in a transition, so that's why I looked angry.
Okay, thank you for that summation, Mr. Pohl.
Yes, generally speaking, I've handled numerous access centers, community centers with Mr. Neufeld and Ayrton for one. The board has confirmed all their assessments on the same basic argument that I presented today versus the same argument you heard generally speaking from the appellant today. I don't think there should be any warranty production here. I think it's a very strong producing property on the same merits. You see an arm's length transaction between owner and tenant. You see a very long-term covenant use or covenant put in place, strong performance of the property. And the assumption that this is simply gonna move out and they're not gonna be back is not a valid one, in my opinion. Realistically, where are they gonna go that has a property that is specifically developed for them? The most likely use is the most likely issue would be a renegotiation of another long-term lease at that point. To simply say that that's not gonna happen is denying the reality of if they were to go out, all of these access centers were to go and move to somewhere else, they'd have to get new buildings built specifically for them. When they already have buildings that are specifically catered to them, why would you incur that cost? Why would you incur moving to a different location when you already have an established place for the public to go? To me, it seems very unlikely. But in the end of the day, at the reference date, what you have is a building that is outperforming our parameters. And I think that from our market approach, we're being quite under the mark here, considering their net income is approximately 625,000, and we're in at 473,000. So with that, I'll leave it up to you to make a decision.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
I just wanted to present a very, very short rebuttal, just
Oh, okay. Yeah,
just
I forgot.
in respect of the assessor's statements and presentation.
Sure.
Didn't realize this was coming. I apologize.
Yeah, I forgot. He had mentioned it before. I forgot about it. So go ahead.
I'm so stupid. I don't think I saved it. Wait, I got it. I just remember when I did it. Yesterday. Okay. So what this is an excerpt from the International Association of Assessing Officers Standards. And this is an international organization that provides membership and standards for assessors. And I'm not saying that this is a standards violation. I'm presenting something here because this is they embrace the same concepts that appraisers do. On the second page, it starts additional sales verification. No, sorry. Third page, sales generally considered invalid. And it lists government agencies, charitable, religious, education institutions, and then it goes into explaining why government agencies should not be relied on their transactions. And it's essentially what I was saying is that that they're based not on the sales to government agencies can involve an element of compulsion and often occur at prices higher than would otherwise be expected. And it just speaks to motivation. And so in our world, in the appraisal world, as well as in the assessment world, we don't like to rely on these government agency transactions as being good evidence of anything except the direction of government. And so we're all in agreement, assessors and appraisers, organization wide, that not to do it. And that what that says is when for this particular hearing, when every single transaction involved the WHA, they're generally considered invalid by most people. And because you have to know the motivation. And in this case, that's what I was saying. One minister of health said, I want to do this. The next one comes along, I want to do this. And that's fine. They were elected. I'm not criticizing them, but that's not market. And I do have
Okay.
summation.
All right, any questions on the rebuttal, Mr. Pohl?
Where does it say rent? We're looking at a rent and taking a market cap, which doesn't include any government sales of these properties. We're simply what the rents in place are, the net operating income, and applying a market capitalization rate.
First of all, in order to have a cap, you need to have a sale. So it does talk to sales. And secondly, it's the broad statement is all real estate transactions can involve an element of compulsion and often occur at prices higher than would otherwise be expected. We make no distinction in our industry on motivational issues different between rents and sales. It's all about motivation and should we rely on them. We do not split hairs and say, oh, it didn't say rent. Well, it's all transactions.
Questions, Ms. Anderson, I take it you have none? Okay, Mr. Whitbread?
I have none either.
Okay, brief summation, Mr. Neufeld?
Thank you. Just something the assessor said that was kind of bothersome is that they're going to renew, or else would they go? Well, he brought that up, so he opened the door. The newest center is on Booth Avenue, which is on the campus of the Grace Hospital. The second one opening up will be on the Victoria campus for a treatment center. The ones that have already gone on the campus are the Concordia Hospital location. So that's where they're going to go. They're going to go back to the hospital campuses, and they're going to be integrated with emergency care, urgent care, and community care. Other than that, I'll just be repeating everything I said.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to 1967 Henderson. So, Mr. Pohl, you can begin on that one.
File number 243494, roll number is 040072555815. The 2025 or civic address is 1967 Henderson Highway. The 2025 assessed value is for $2,214,000. It's built in 2016, has a leasable area of 6,295 square feet. As you see on page 2, it's partially owner occupied. They do not report a net operating income. They do report that their leasable area is 5,450 square feet. No vacancy. You look on page 3, they do indicate Irwin Homes is occupying floors 1 and 2. They have 1 unit number, obviously, for 2 floors, as I was indicating. So depending on the configuration earlier in the hearing, depending on the configuration of the type of building, you may have that. So they're reporting that they are owner occupied. The other 2 are not, and they are on a month-to-month basis, which I would put little weight to, considering the covenant for the lease is simply month-to-month. That's not an investment grade lease, so either one of them. So that's just simply a paid tenant, and they can leave at any time, and you can ask them to leave at any time. So if you look on page 5, it's the location of the property. You know where Bonner Street is, and you know where the creek is there, Buns Creek. Right behind this multifamily condo unit is Buns Creek, so it kind of snakes in behind. As you can see from the access, this site, as you walk through it, does have a easement towards that development. You can simply turn into it and drive to your condominium. We go to the next pages just to get a general sense of the property. I brought the permit, the plans in that were associated with the build, starting on page 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. gives you a floor layout of generally what's there. Then on 10, obviously, some sections using the property, as you can reference on that plan. So on page 11 starts our market review. We're looking at the Main Street, end of Main Street, Henderson Highway area. There are two very similar markets, whether it be at the end of Main Street or down to Henderson, around Henderson from the Cheaphead Bridge down. What you see here is 20 comparables. We have a total area of 29,304 square feet. Leasable area, we have an average area size of approximately just under 1,500 square feet and a median of about 1,300 square feet. We have an average of $18.15, a weighted average of $18.30, and a median of $18.50 with a min max of 14 and 22. So that range being so tight is a good indicator of both of the builds that are there. So on page 12 is our workup. It's a fairly simple workup. We have, as indicated, for 6,295 square feet total, we have $20.58 a square foot applied, which gives $129,568 of the PGI. Our standard parameters apply at 5 or 6% for vacancy, which yields an effective gross income of $191,794, with 3% unrecoverable and shortfall at $8 gives $115,118 NOI capped at 5.2%, gives the value of $2,214,000. With that, we will be discussing cap rate. Having said that, this is a newer build. This is a more desirable build. We have a capitalization rate a bit under the 20th percentile or outside the 20th percentile, I'd say at 5.2%. So with that, I'm open to questions.
Questions, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes. First, always question. This is page 12 done by the model.
Indicated entirely.
And you have two premises, 1,520 square feet. With this, just confirming that this correlates to the space on page 8, marked 1520 CRU, and the form that was sent to you for the two businesses sharing 1,520 square feet. That's what we're talking about there.
Yeah, there is a bit of difference there. I highlighted it, but yeah.
Okay, and the rest of the space is calculated at 4775. Wondering where you got that measurement.
That would be for when the inspector went into the property, put them on the roll. That's what we have.
Okay, and confirm that the form sent in indicated 3,930 square feet rather than 4,775.
Yeah.
And their total leasable area on the form is 5,450 square feet rather than 6,295, correct?
Right.
And why didn't you produce the page in the plans that showed 5,450?
You can see that usually the plan area is put next to the legend on there.
Yeah, I
CRU
understand.
1520. It's there on CRU on page 8. Just give me a second. I'm looking for it on page 9. Bear with me. Does appear to be more. The CRU is just for this area here, I believe. And then doesn't appear to be on the second floor.
Okay, well, I only ask because I know I provided the assessment department with these plans and I know what they say. You didn't,
I didn't get these
okay,
submitted, I went through PP&D.
okay. Oh, really? Okay, all right, that's fine. They have the same plans. Um,
Usually I would say no, it's.
right.
It's not.
Um, sorry, and you had made a remark, month to month tenancies aren't very good. They can leave any time, correct?
Month to month, are you using month to month leases in your Collier's capitalization rate studies?
I'm
I
asking the
I would
question,
extract that out, because I don't use month to month, because they have no strength, and there's no covenant to those leases.
right, okay. Now that's what this property has is what you called poor strength. So why does this get capped at 5.2% then?
Newness of the build, the location, desirable location. Smaller CRUs, which can obviously be rented out, but smaller building size, which can be purchased. And generally speaking, the higher end furnishing and the higher end finishings that are there, as you can see, there's a patio area at the frontage. This is our higher end building, be more desirable.
I'm asking about your comments. Don't your comments indicate that there's a higher risk which should be addressed with something in the valuation?
Oh, I see a strong performing building. I'm not sure whether they have month to month leases. Maybe they're, I don't know, maybe you can answer that.
Well, that's not what I asked. You said month to month, it's a weak covenant and it's not good, right?
I'm not saying otherwise.
Okay. Just one sec. This particular cap rate is well below your published numbers on page 14 for the range of percentiles. But you're saying the model just generated this? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong line actually. This is at the it's still below, but it's below your 20th percentile, correct?
Said that, yes.
Okay. And how does that compare to the real estate market statements?
I already stated that it's outside of that range.
Okay, below, not outside.
Yeah.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Whitbread,
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
No questions, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, and I have no questions for your presentation.
Thank you. So the site was built by Irwin Homes. No secret there. The area that is shown at 5450 was specified by the architect in the drawings, and I apologize I didn't present you the full set myself, but they are under oath here. I can tell you, I guarantee you it's 5450 on the plan. The occupancy permit, sorry, the building permit on it will say 5450 square feet, the constructed building, and the owner submitted 5450 square feet, and they are knowledgeable people. They build buildings. They know how to read plans. They sell these. They build houses. So they're not guessing like our first contestant today. This is a real number. Now, the other factor on this is that this was actually built very inexpensively. It was done with leftovers from houses. No secret there at all. The only changes they made is that there was a couple of areas where they had to meet the National Building Code for fireproofing, where they had to have a few upgraded pieces of it would be the stairwell going to the upper floor had to be done with steel. But aside from that, all of these windows I've inspected are residential grade. double pane windows. All the finishing is residential grade, and so we're looking at a building it's got a low quality build and a lower economic life, and it's got a funky looking paint design on it. Who cares? It's residential grade construction. Um, the rent we used was, we looked at the paid, and I got a different number here. I got 1750 a square gross for the tenant, and in here it's listed at 19, and so the tenant occupies first floor space and to the on the east side of the property, and then the owner occupies the west side of the first floor, as there's a boardroom there, and then he occupies all of the upper floor for his offices. We put an overall rent of $15 a square foot. That's based on what they're getting, as well as, I'm just trying to see what we put in here for comparables. I guess it's sort of a market out, a review of clean leases. And I don't see any real smoke and gun here, as they say. There's I think that the actual rents really point towards what this should be. Sorry, 1 second here. And so the size, the rent, the vacancy was what we looked at, was a bit of a better quality office building on the market in terms of appeal. And I mean, I'm not disagreeing with some points the assessor made. They're small CRUs. They're likely going to be kept full at if you keep it to market rates. If you look for $20, you'll have a higher vacancy rate. If you get asked for 15, you'll have a lower vacancy rate. It's a balance act. Cap rate 7.75. This is still a miscellaneous grade office. The Collier's report, for example, actually states that we do not even consider buildings below 10,000 square feet in our analysis because it's too small, does not represent investment grade. And CBRE, when I contacted them, I asked, where do you get your numbers from? And they said, Johnson and Collier's. So they agree with us too. It just outside the, it's too small to be investment quality. It's a user building, and it's not a bad user building, but it's not an investment that you'd like to put your RSPs in. That's for sure. Too small. Location is a bit distance, and the 2-story without the elevator are the main deficiencies. Quite honestly, I think that if there was something in here that I would change, is I'd probably cap it a bit lower than this, because I think that the rent and has looked after the idea of maintaining cash flow, keep it competitive, try to keep full. That's the mantra of the small user in the suburbs. Keep it full. And so I think it should be a bit lower. You can recalculate it if you'd like, but I'm thinking again about 7.25, just because it's been priced to keep it active. That's my presentation.
Good questions, Mr. Pohl.
Yeah, I just did a quick little takeoff. With the dimensions, you have approximately 69 feet by 5.5 inches for the exterior from east to west. And if you look,
where are you reading this?
69 between
Where
the
am I?
second floor, or if you look on the first floor.
No, where in my evidence are you reading from?
I'm reading from the plans that were submitted that you said you had access to.
Okay, so yeah, I think you could ask me about my evidence, and I'm pleased
Sure,
to
since you had
answer.
access to it, did you review that there is actually a gross building area of 6,255 square feet based on 69.5 feet by 45 feet? Double the.
Just 1 second here. I have the answer to your question. It's kind of outside my evidence, but that's fine.
It's almost bang on with what we have.
Okay, I'm looking at the actual plans and no dispute. Gross building area is 3274 square feet plan area. And the the third page of this document indicates actually 3265 on the rentable area, 2 floors at 21 at 2725, the other at 242075. This is the architect's drawing. That those are the dimensions of the rentable space. So the rest would be vertical penetrations on this building, and a very high ratio because it's a small building. So a stairwell that could be 180 square feet in a big building versus one in a small building, you really wipe out your yield on it. So, and you had submitted the 1520, and that's what's in the plan as well. I'm just trying to see if the plan indicates the breakdown of the rest of the first floor. No, I just have that number. The building permit.
Can we please get to the next? And I don't see.
No, I'm just want to answer your question in full. The building permit is oh, actually, you can actually look that up on the internet, the building permit, and it'll say the same thing, 5450.
Getting into my next question, you had some pictures of your property, for the subject property. I only see Irwin Homes as far as a company name for signage. Is there 2 CRUs in this building? Or is it simply that Irwin Homes is leasing out some space within one CRU?
No, there's the CRA as clearly indicated in the form is occupied by 2 users, and they share the space.
Yeah, typically you do have arrangements within one CRU for one shared common CRU to be leased out on a separate.
No, well, I mean, this is
a lot of tenancies do this. I'm asking you, did you inspect this property?
Oh, yes.
Is there a separate keyed entrance, lockable and fully demisable from the main building?
The CRU at 1,520 square feet has its own entrance and its own restroom facilities. Sorry, and I was just going to finish answering your question. Building permit 15-136203. Construct new 2-story, 5,450 square foot office building. This is City of Winnipeg's database.
Other than that, do you have any comparables within the subject properties in your vicinity?
I don't think we presented any. We were just looking at the rent that this was getting. It's superior to a lot of the buildings in the area. Most of them, when we looked at it, were about $11, and we didn't think 11 was appropriate. Thought 15 was a fair number. I think, wait a sec, might be. I spoke too soon. I think we have. Yeah, no, it's not either. I'm sorry. One of the other briefs presented today had 1919 Henderson in it. Didn't put it in this one. And it's a $14 and $15 space. It's a good space.
Bear with me, can you please, well, it's not in your brief, but you do have access on my page 8 if you want to look at it from the board's perspective, or can you confirm from yours, where's entry for the second CRU for the 1,520 square feet?
That is Yeah, sure. That's just let me look at the sketch here. Okay, when you look at the sketch on your page 8, there's a door on the right side.
Right, and we see walls all the way throughout, and we have a mirroring of the washroom on the common wall.
Yeah, you have the washroom. No, actually, this is a bit
So was this
strange.
built as a separate CRU up front,
Um,
or is there commonality throughout the building?
okay, the plan you've got in here is not is a what is this plan called? Main floor plan. No, I was just wondering if it had a designation by mechanical or electrical. Um, as with many sites I visit, I did use the restroom, and it's located on the south side. I think it's underneath the stairwell. I just want to confirm that. Yes, I'm looking at it now, so it's located there.
So is there, it looks to me like you can gain access from the right side to the 1,520 square foot CRU there. And there's also an entrance to the left side with stairways going down. Is there another separate 1,520 square foot CRU in the basement?
No, no, basement's undeveloped. It's open.
And you don't have any pictures with them?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about here. Sure. There are 3 sets of stairwells, and the picture on the left side is stair number 3. That's access to the basement only. And then the other 2 stairwells are the required fire stairwells for the building.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is you need to have a separate demisable CRU. You would have to have washrooms for both CRUs if they are fully demisable.
Yeah, well, as I said, I'm just looking.
How could you get a CRU at all if there is not a separate washroom for it?
Right. Just a second.
Doesn't
Okay.
agree.
No, I see the answer to it now. Okay. Your plan, let me just go to your plan here. Oh, yeah, it's sketched in. Can you see it in the CRU? Top left corner of that CRU, there's a sink and a toilet sketched in.
What
Now,
page are you on? What page?
that's on page 8.
Page 8, middle of the page next to the stairwell.
There's on the western wall of the CRU, there's a sketched in toilet and vanity, and the reason that they're sketched in is because this was that indicates that they're roughed in there. So there'll be another plan somewhere with the final finish.
But as you can see from this layout, there's no common space anywhere on the first floor or on the main floor. And from that perspective, and on the second floor, there is still no common space. So the total leasable area for the main and second does summate approximately 6295. Question is there another CRU in the basement? You answered that. Well, we don't have any pictures to verify anything.
No. Okay, you're asking a bunch of stuff here, but if this is fairly simple, the stairwells are, you've got measurements on the stairwells in your report. Take the size of the stairwells and subtract it, and remember you're doing that for every floor. So it's a fairly significant piece of a fairly significant area that has been designated that way, like 21, 33, 34 by I don't know what that width is. 6 feet. Oh, there it is, 5 feet. So 30. That's the ones at the rear. 34 times 5. That's 170. And then the front one is about 20 by 8. So that's another 160 times 2. So that's 660 feet for the stairwells alone. And so if you're looking at your 62 95 gross, just taking the stairwells off brings it down to 5635. And so what we're looking for is down to 5450. So is there another 185 square feet in common area? And that would be I believe that that's the foyer up front, which is 7 by 8. No, that's 56 square feet. So that brings us down to 114. Right. Each floor has a different size on it, so it's not floor plate times 2.
Okay, getting back to what I'm trying to ascertain here, back to page 3. Underneath units 2, which appears to be leased out to 2, it says in asterisk, the above rent the same area. Then it shows the collected amount. Are they both paying that much?
Yeah, they're sharing the space. Gross
Not
rent.
sharing this, they're still paying.
No, they're each paying 1111. So it's
Okay,
22,
all right.
22 gross, and on the 1520, that's what I was saying earlier. I calculate to 1754 gross, and in the workup it says 19 gross. It's appears to me 1754.
So if I'm looking at it from the owner's development of the property, they're owning the upper floor, or rather they're occupying the upper floor, they're leasing out on a month-to-month basis. Irwin Homes is a premier home builder. They are first class. They're like a Mannington Homes, they're like a Stru Homes, they're Huntington Homes. They're not a tract builder at all. So the tenancies that we have at Gateway Paint Limited and the other numbered company, are they related any way to the parent company? Do they work for or contract out to, or in some associated with?
They're arm's length corporations, and they expressed an interest in being in the building. So when Irwin would bring in, actually the genesis on this is, if you look at your picture on page 5, the building in the background is an Irwin Homes condominium.
Yeah.
And when they put the office up here, it became convenient for the builder to get a deal to sell the condominium, and then these aftermarket people to sell some upgrades on them. It's a symbiotic relationship. That's why they got better rents than you would see in the market.
Leading into my next question, if we see common access to the condominium built behind, there is not common ownership between the condominium and this subject property, or is there any rent? Is there any rent paid for the access?
Oh, yeah, well, is one thing on there.
Why would a property owner allow condominium owners to drive through their property and maintain the roadway, it makes no sense.
As part of this development, and it's a bit more a detailed story, the building to the south of it, which is 1963 Henderson, and was an automotive repair place, owned the rearage land, the bulk of the rearage land where the condo was built on. So Irwin Homes bought their building, their excess land, and then established an easement on 1967 for access to the condominium building in order to get approval for construction. So that easement is in place in favor of the condominium plan, and it's only for access. Now, a secondary deal was made for renting some parking spots from the condominium corporation to Irwin as required, and so they have control of the on your picture page 5, the north parking area further eastward, so another 6 stalls that they got under contract, and as most people should be aware, you don't control a condominium corporation privately. It is run by the board, who are elected from the ownership group. So they're not related.
In the end of the day, is there any money changing hands or cost to maintain the access?
No, No, it was part of the original transaction, and so it's a done deal. There's nothing happening there. The only money changing hands is there is some rent being paid to by the office since 1967 for 5 or 6 stalls to the condominium corporation.
So just to be clear, the access way that there is need to be maintained by the property owner, Urban Homes.
Um,
The wear and tear from it, from that large condominium development going through his property, the nuisance of them going through that property. All of the maintenance costs that would be associated with repairing that asphalt and keeping it in good use. Is coming straightly out of the ownerships of.
I haven't read the condominium
1967, I'm assuming, but he
agreement.
doesn't charge back somehow, given
Yeah,
that.
no, I mean, I haven't read the condominium agreement. I suspect that it would be, and I assume that it would be a standard operating agreement whereby each party agrees to pay for upkeep of of the access and share in those costs. That's usually what you see. I don't see that there's really any impact on value one way or another. If anything, it's a negative impact on the subject lands for the nuisance of it, but we haven't factored that in.
Given Irwin Homes being the developer of the condominium behind their pinnacle reputation for developing high-end homes, luxury homes. Would the finish of this property that's under appeal here today be anything less than what you would expect in their homes? Do they use it as a having clients to come in to review? Is it bare bones, chipped and drywall paint? Or is it developed to a higher A1 standard or higher end finishes?
Well, I think that you're on the wrong path there about so-called high-end homes. It's when I reviewed the site in full, I went through all the material in their property on their construction, and what we have in here is very, very typical construction, normal based construction. I have the brand name of the windows and brand name of the cabinetry. It's press wood with a laminate surface. The cabinetry, the windows are just from I think Geldwin windows. So they're basic model. There's nothing fancy on this, and
We
it was
don't, if I
yeah.
can interject here, we're getting into a whole bunch of minutia we don't need. Can we please conclude this property?
That's the only questions I have.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread, questions.
Just confirmation. So, Mr. Neufeld, you maintain 5450 square feet, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you for that. And you modified your cap rate. So you've got an NOI of 66,906 with a new cap rate of 725. And are you telling us that's going to then give a new value to your property of 923?
That's yes, that's what I believe just from reviewing this, and I'm on delicate ground here for putting a value. I'm simply saying that in theory you've got to do a balance act, and I think the rent rate is what you would see in this sort of property, and you're going to try to keep your place full.
Yeah,
It's
all you
yeah,
do is
it's just a balance. They can't.
Yeah.
I had a very interesting question. Was it yesterday or the day before from a board member about that, and I was so thrilled to hear it because you can't have the highest cap and the lowest rent. You got to have a balancing act. So I like when I hear that. That's what I was trying to do here. You ask for more, you're going to have vacancy and poor performance. You ask for less, you keep it full. You have a lower cap because you got an upward air. You got somewhere to go in the future.
Thank you very much. No other questions.
Hey, Ms. Anderson.
None for me, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions. So let's take a quick break until 2 o'clock and then come back and please can we finish the last two properties sometime today? Thank you. All right. Uh, welcome back. We will go on to 1565 Wilson Place. So, Mr. Pohl, you can begin.
File number 243998. Roll number 030719690000. 1565 Wilson Place. The assessed value is for 2025 is for 10,477,000. Before we go, this property is under appeal to the municipal board for a number of years. We've had this scheduled a number of times. It's been moved. I believe it's in September of this year coming up. So we're going to see some pictures that are in the brief, as far as my municipal board brief goes. But I haven't inspected the property yet. To date, I haven't been granted an inspection. But having said that, this appeal is specific for the board revision, and I'll reserve commentary to change it moving forward at the municipal board level. Building was built in 1977, has an effective year built of 2005. It is a former Manitoba Hydro building. When they built their new facility downtown, this was one of the ones that went vacant. It was then purchased by Payworks. So what we have is a basement area of 16,265 square feet, and then a leasable area for the main and second another 16,265 feet for a total of 48,795 square feet. Just so we're clear, the property is not a full basement, it's a mid-rise basement, so it has a lower level with a raised main floor, I guess you would say. So we'll get to that in a moment, but we'll just go through some information here. On page 2 is the selling of the property. There was a sale in 2006 for $5,400,000. There was also a sale purchased by Payworks in 2013 at $6,600,000, as Hydro was vacated Hydro building, and then there was a significant amount of work put into it to renovate the property to Payworks use. On page 2, property owner, again, owner occupied. Payworks on the next page. On the next page, on page 4, there is a offering memorandum for this property. It is for sale. I'll get into this in a moment, but Payworks has built a new site within the city. They have moved to that site, and this site is now offered to the marketplace. So we'll go through the offering. It is with Colliers. On page 6 shows pictures of the property. Again, high in space. On page 7 is some actual data of the property. There's an unnamed price. We don't have a listing asking for. On page 8, just some highlights of the property. Built in 1977, acquired by Payworks in 2012, an extensive overhaul of systems and leasehold improvements. And we can go through them as you can read. It's all there for your use. But generally speaking, the second floor is as it sits. This is a corporate head office for Payworks, for the Canada National Company. You have your headquarter type layout where you have your workforce as well as your management, your boardrooms, and so on and so forth. The main floor as well, and lower level where you would have your staffing areas, lunchroom, workout room. And page 12, building elements shows that fiber optics and service providers of both Shaw and MTS. Heating and cooling systems were upgraded since the purchase in 2012. Washrooms are accessible, door controlled, and stall separated. Building envelope was done in 2017. There's elevator service for all 3 floors. New roof was put in 2015. And there's a diesel generator on site on standby in case power failure. So on page 13 shows more of the layout of the property. As you can see, all the finishings are high end, as you would expect for a tenancy such as Payworks. Page 15, I'm just showing more. 16 is again continuing on with the overview of the location. And then 17. And on 18, highlighted, the property is sold as an as basis, selling to retain a seller, with the seller retaining all of its furnishings and equipment. And again, it's open to offers. We don't know what the asking price is. We don't know what that is. It's closed. It's close to the outside. So as we see moving along, that ends on page 20. On page 21 confirms Payworks' new location, made known in November of 2021. We see on page 22 the contractor was Aikman. And on page 23, as of July 2022, Payworks head office, its website is indicating what they're building, what they're going to be moving into. And my understanding that has happened. That's why the property is listed on the marketplace. And it was at the reference date as well. So on page 24 is the aerial photograph of where the subject property is located. It's located on Waverly, just up from the Gilbury, and of course it's on Wilson. Go up page 25, and more aerial photographs. Ample on-site parking. And as you go along on page 26 and 27, you can see that as you go into the building, you step up to go onto the main floor and you step down to go into the basement, lower level. But the lower level is a raised lower level. It's not a true basement of sorts. So on page 28, just some more file, just some more layouts of the property that we had on file. To page 30, showing both the lower level, main level, and upper level. Page 31. This was interior photos taken during the 2014 inspection. It was not myself, it was another assessor of the department that went to the property. I was not granting the inspection of the property for any of the school boards leading up to this point. So I could not inspect the property myself, but there is quite a lot of photos here to indicate the finisher quality as far as the advertisement of the property and the file photos we have. And then on page 33 shows that the lower level was under renovation in 2014. The lower level was not finished yet. It is now. On page, starting after page, and I apologize, the page number is a little off. Yes, it would be page starting on page 34, although it's number 1. It's just properties taken from Payworks website, from Grant Design Groups, which was the architect involved, and generally located on legal. As you can see, typical what you would see as far as the building layout for a headquarter office type national firm, but it's finished to a high standard. I'll let you make your judgment on that. You have enough pictures here to see that it's not simply drywall and paint. They did a very good job renovating this property from what it was to what it is now. What it was under former Hydro David older space to flagship location for Payworks, which occupied it up until that moment, until the moment they decided to build another location. Simply because they can. Payworks, they're they're a significant success story for Manitoba for Winnipeg-based firms. As you can see, as you go along, office areas, lower level, starting on page, apologize, it's not labeled right, but page 9 after page 30. We just see from their website the lower level areas, their fitness room, and their common space. So getting to the marketplace, as there is no rents in place, we're looking to the marketplace, similar to what we already discussed today for another appeal. We're looking in Waverly, Taylor, Pemmon area. We have approximately 29 comparables. Total leased area of 203,354 square feet. Obviously, this year, your sizes are going to be somewhat less than the totality of it, but we do have a number of ones in there at 14,000, 12,000, 15,000, 15,000, 14,000, 12,000. So we do have some larger series that are in the comps that you can directly look at. But overall, the average is $19.02. The weighted average is $18.91, and the median is $18.75. So pretty good market indicator is what buildings in this area is leased for. And then again, when you look at the high standard finish and that functionality and the recent renovations to the property, it's for a headquarter type facility, indicating that the high market rent that would be achieved. What we have on page 12 is the workup. We see for the C9 basement space, we have $13.44, and for C2 we have $17.03. I did not break that out because I wanted to leave that in for your review, but that's the differential between the two areas, meaning one raised lower level, and then the other two are main floor above. So that produces a 772,588 PGI. Applied to 6% vacancy gives effective gross income of $726,233. Expenses at 3% unrecoverable and $8 shortfall gives us a net operating income of $681,024, capped at 6.5%. Gives a value, just value rounded to $10,477,000. This would definitely be in the category suburban A. And that's reflective of between a 6 to 7% CBR. Cushman Wakefield between 6.25 and 7, and we have our 80th and 20th percentiles at 5.25 and 6.75. So for this particular property, we have 6.5% per capitalization. And without any questions.
Okay, questions, Mr. Neufeld?
The workup is done by the model. That's on page 13.
Yeah, lately.
Sorry, in the page before page 12. And
We model driven.
how many users are in this building?
One.
Okay, so why is it split up into two areas, two premises?
One is lower level. The other two are main floor and above.
But it's the same user, right?
Yeah, there's distinguishing levels.
I'm rather confused. Yesterday, I sat through a hearing and we saw buildings that were single tenant, single user, and all the space was reported as one. And here you're breaking it up for the same user for space. Doesn't this create an artificial valuation in your model?
I don't believe so.
And of the ones comparables you're quoting on page 11, do you have any anywhere that are even close to this in size, 48,000 square feet?
Other than the floor plates, like I said, the totality of no.
Okay, and if you did you look at taking this calculation you had done here and doing a weighted rate for floor area of a small plate versus large ones to indicate any sort of economy of scale?
Brought in the raw data for 29 comparables. The board can choose what they feel is appropriate.
Okay, so no, and when you looked at these, did you have access to leases to determine if they had inducements in them?
No, generally when I go through, you can pick out a tenant inducement if it's artificially high or artificially low. When you review a totality of a market and again, it's 29 comparables, but it's a tight area, you'd be able to resolve that out. When you see averages, weighted averages, medians all line up, that's a good indicator of what the market is.
Well, I'm going to point you out to number 16 and number 17 negotiated a year apart. They are in the same property, correct?
Yes, we've had them under appeal.
And one is at 15 and one is at 18. The
Yeah.
newer one is at 15, the older one is at 18. The larger space is at 18, the smaller space is at 15. So
850 Pembina wouldn't be as quality as 890 Pembina. That's the
890,
older
you're
building on
saying,
site. There's 850 Pembina, there's 860 Pembina, sorry, 870 Pembina and 890 Pembina. 850 Pembina will be the older two, and that would be the former paywork site that they actually moved from.
right. And so you didn't remove the tenant inducements for 890 Pembina then?
No, there's no need to. I did.
Okay. Um, sorry, you said in your commentary that you call this high end. Can you please define high end, what that means?
Look at the functionality of the space. Look at the finish and quality of the space.
Okay, when you say functionality, like it's a word. What is the definition of the word?
You're looking at it from a functionality of a headquarter type tenancy occupying the building, whether it be on 1 floor or 2 floors. Generally speaking, it has the utility to provide for that. You have your layout for your staff, you have your offices for your training, for your management, you have your boardroom, you have your areas that you would need for amenities to the tenancies, for as a workout room, lunch areas, things of those nature. Everything that you would need from a headquarter national tenant, this property checks off. And when you look at it, it's not old, it's not dated. It was taken from an older building as far as when it was a hydro facility and redeveloped into a modern, sophisticated workspace.
Yeah, I mean, I still don't understand what you're saying. Is there a standard where you can call something high end that you could show us, or is this just your opinion?
That's my opinion. There is
Okay,
plenty of
that's
pictures in the
fine.
brief for the board to make their determination.
Now, you called this a suburban A. What do you know what Johnson report calls this?
Not off my top of my mind, I know.
Okay, so you're not aware.
It might be in miscellaneous.
Okay, so you're not aware it's a C under Johnson then, are you?
No,
Okay, and what was its use before it was office? Do you know?
I already stated it was a hydro property.
Right, but what did they use it for? Do you know?
Other than hydro, I believe they had some infrastructure works in there, I guess you would say, as far as some of the space, and then the rest of it, I would assume would be just generally related to the utility company.
So when you're looking at the front of this, or sorry, the configuration, I don't know if you were went into this in detail, but it's essentially floor 1 and 2 are what's called like bi-level. One's a step down, the other's a step up.
Yeah, raise level, lower level, whatever how you want to raise it.
And level 1 is a higher ceiling, correct?
In the basement or on the main floor?
The lower level is a higher ceiling. Are you aware of it? I'm just wondering if your pictures show it.
I mean, I don't think I have a floor datum to floor datum.
Okay.
No, I don't have a, or it says 12 feet, I assume that's correct.
Okay. Sorry. You put in this, I don't know, this brochure on page 5. What was the date of this brochure?
Don't believe it has, but I know it was listed before reference date.
Page 7 indicates availability Q3 2024, correct?
Yeah,
So if there were any interest in it, that would be post-reference, would it not?
well, that's just quoting the availability. Obviously, when you're developing another site for yourself, you're gonna be exposing the site to the market, knowing you're moving to another site. It's not like you're
Okay, well, I
turnaround time
mean,
of 30 days.
I can get people in to testify when this came out. You don't know when it came out, do you?
Don't have the exact date of listing, but it would
Okay.
be comfortable before the reference date.
Now you're stating that as a fact before the
I
reference
didn't
date?
say that as a fact. I would assume that it'd be comfortable.
Okay.
Reference date, given the announcement of Payworks moving, you're announcing to the marketplace that you're no longer be having that building.
Well, I just want to clarify, this is an assumption, and that's all I was looking for. On page 2, you indicated a transaction in 2019. Did you look into that transaction?
I believe I did, yes.
And who was it between?
Company sale. It was still Payworks.
Right, internal from.
Yeah, sorry, maybe I didn't mention it, but I thought I did. It's simply a company transfer, one hand to the other.
Okay, all right. And do you understand how the capital gains system works in Canada?
That's not part of my brief. Please continue questions to the scope of my brief.
You're putting in a sale. I get to question your sale. Did you understand the capital gains ramifications?
What's the point of this? He's already said it's not arm's length. That's all we need to know.
If you're satisfied with that, that's fine. I just there's obviously
Let-
more to it, but
Let's move on.
no problem. Just a sec. I was didn't catch this all clearly. Have you ever been in the building?
No, I've asked repeatedly.
Okay, that's fine.
You have yet to allow me any parking access for coming in.
And Mr. Chair, that response is not appropriate. He was denied entrance. He asked for it during code red. But you're not going to pay attention to it, so that's fine. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Whitbread?
Just a clarification for my mind, the sale was 12,440,000. You say it was not an arm's length. This is a sworn value of $1. Do you know how much money was spent refurbishing this building after the sale?
There was some variance in permits depending on which, there was a number of permits, but I believe it was about another $6 million or so.
6 or so million?
Yeah, and I don't believe that included, again, I stretched my mind a little bit. I don't believe that included the basement renovation at that time.
So something in the order of $18 million. And you've given us a value of 10 million. Help me.
No. Let me be clear. The property was purchased in 2013 by Payworks for 6.6 million.
Yeah.
Then there was approximately another 6 million put into it, with the exclusion of the lower level. So there would be about a $12.5 or so million investment by the property owner for the main and upper floor, not including the basement. That came at a later date. And I believe there was numerous smaller permits for different things that, smaller stuff.
Thank you. I misunderstood that renovation. Okay. I have no other questions. Thank you.
All right. Is Payworks was in the site on the reference date?
I'm not exactly sure the reference date. They are owner of the property on the reference date, whether they moved to their new site or how long it took for them to move. Like, they're a big company. You can't just move overnight. I would think it'd be a staged move slowly.
Yeah, I think
I don't know
when they vacated in full.
I think I saw somewhere when you're talking about the new site
It was all announced.
coming in 2024 or something, which would imply to me that it's still occupied. The old site is still occupied and on the reference date. All right, no other questions. So, Mr. Neufeld, you can begin.
Thank you. And there was a line of questioning which opens up another avenue that I'll have to deal with. And I apologize because I don't want this to go long, but I want it to be correct. The property was purchased and the date indicated. It was done under undue pressure. They were tenants in 850 Pembina. They occupied 15,000 square feet. They obtained a major contract. They needed 30,000 feet immediately. This was the only building on the market, either for lease or for rent. Our agents handled the transaction for them, and they have supplied a letter to the assessment department in the past indicating it was under undue pressure and was not a market-based transaction. They did it for their business. That's point number one on the sale. When people buy it and it's not for any other purpose but their own use, there's not much reliance you can put on the sale. If you know this business, I'm quite familiar with. I've worked for call centers as project managers years prior. They're contract driven. They're after contract comes labor. Maybe they care about real estate after that. It's not important for their business as much as getting a contract for work. So that's the genesis of it. Now, after they purchased the building, they took possession, and they had to spend $3 million, no question there. $2 million was for data cabling. That is not accessible. That is, that was the old days before Wi-Fi, right? All the data cabling in buildings is Nordex certified, and you cannot reuse old data cabling. You got to do new data cabling, or you don't get insurance or warranty coverage on it. Every company that has had wired data centers had to redo all of their cabling. I personally have been involved with work for Ipsos Reid on their call centers with this. This is my professional experience. So $2 million in data cabling. And then they had to redo the server room to do fire suppression systems, non-wet suppression systems, which are a delay before the chemical comes out. And then they had to put in cooling for it. We're, again, talking about business needs. The other thing they spent on, they had to change the rear stairwell from wood to steel for fire rating. The other thing they had to spend on, they had to widen the elevator because it didn't meet building code. After that, they had about $400,000, and they bought all those new carpet squares you see in the pictures. Didn't even have the budget to replace the windows. They replaced 5 that had blown seals, and the rest were vintage 1977 windows. And that's how they operated. Did a great job on the looks of it. That tells you what a coat of paint and some nice carpet squares can do for your site. There was also furniture and cabinetry included, which of course is not accessible. After that, they also did a coat of paint on the outside of it, and you can see the picture on page 4. This is what they painted after their first so-called renovation. I'm trying to remember the year. It was 5 or 6 years later, on page 5. What happened was all that orange paint peeled off. All the brown paint peeled off. There was no thermal break in the envelope. Now, thermal break is a piece of inert product that's between the metal. So you have metal on the outside, metal clad, window frames, and on the inside you had metal window frames. There is no thermal break. So what happens in the winter is that the heat heats up the outside, heats, cools, paint peels off. There was $2 million right there to fix the thermal break issue. And at the time, what they did is they built up a false front and insulated. And this is repairs. This isn't betterment. This isn't making it look wonderful. This is just pure and simply repairs. This is one of those horror stories on buildings that happens. The Money Pit. That's the name of the movie. It turned into that, and that's what they had to spend on. So that's the genesis of their expenditures. Now, the other thing they did expense on was the development of the lower floor. When they took possession, the lower floor was empty. It has a high ceiling and it had a loading dock. It was designed for hydro to store valuable commodities, coils of copper. If anyone drove by it and can remember back in the 70s when the coils of copper were sitting outside, they went inside for safe storage. That's what they built it for. It was a warehouse on the first floor, not an office. So the new owner came in and converted it to office. No question there. But the worst thing about this is it was owned by Hydro, and it was the worst thermal envelope you've ever seen. And it's not just this building. 820 Taylor, Hydro's other property, the same poor thermal efficiency. Irony is that Hydro does not practice what they preach on energy savings, and that's just a reality of life. So page 11, there's more of those lovely carpet squares that were added. Nothing really else that was in there. There's even a picture, page 12. That's me in my shoes there. Just taking a picture of the flooring. Now that's the improvement that they got. There's some of that laminate flooring strips. On page 13, you cannot see it. It's fuzzy picture, but the window is stamped 1977. Just an indication of. Oh, wait a sec. I have another one on page 15. I think you can see the stamp there. Read it. So and then on page 16, the top, that's one of the stairwells that they had to convert from wood to steel for fire rating. Nothing in here special. Page 17 is the open ceiling. This is before the paint job. The ceilings are still all open, but there's the paint job. And of interest on this page 17 is on the right side of the picture. This is the track there. That's for the data cabling that was installed for their computer systems. So as now we had 48,900, and we just had three floors with 16.3 per floor, and I'm not sure why we have this difference to 48,795. It might actually be a touch larger because of the entranceway than what the assessor has. I'm not entirely sure about the measurements, but again, it's a minor issue. In terms of value, I'm sorry, I have to change this. This isn't good. But when we looked at this, we had looked at first of all, page 3 is 1479 Buffalo, which is another converted warehouse. This one does not have as good a utility as the subject does, and the rents in here are reported, I believe, on a rate per square foot per month basis rather than per year. That's why they're a little bit strange on here, but I can't even read this myself, but the overall rate in this is I believe in the $11 and $12 range. There is another comp that is a perfect one, another perfect one is 1465 Buffalo. Again, it's another a building repurposed from industrial to office. Some of these buildings were built as office, some were built as industrial, and now they're most predominantly office. And this one has again another range of rents. And for some strange reason, I'm just noticing this is a bit weird, but yeah, they've got some rated per square foot per month and some per square foot per year. First 2 are per year, bottom 4 are per month. And that's because they're probably clipped from a different report. So these are the comparables we're looking at. There's actually another one that we should have added here, which is 1000 Waverly or 1558 Wilson. another industrial building repurposed. However, I think that when this was done, the person who did this was dealing with some dated information on the quality of space and really didn't okay. I hope you don't mind if I change this and move it upwards a bit. This is I spoke to the person who did this earlier today, and we reviewed it, and I'm making some changes based on that review. You know, let's just do this to make our lives miserable here. I like to move along.
What page are you starting at, Mr. Neufeld?
I'm just going to page 1 and changing some numbers on it, and I'll try to relay them as I do them. Okay. So first of all, the rent table there is not appropriate. You know, the comps that we had provided you do indicate a higher rent, and the other one was being 850 Pembina. And I apologize to the assessor that we provided this to you without updating it. I'm going to think that this is last year's output. So what I would like to present is to change all the rents to $15 a square foot overall, and this coincides with 850 Pembina, the rents that are in place there as well. A fairly good comp, them having moved from that building to this building. And the vacancy, that changes the net income to $733,500. And that's for every floor, the same rate, because that's how it's going to be rented. Suburban miscellaneous vacancy rate is very, very similar to Johnson C. And I just want to double check that for a second here. Well, Johnson C is actually 6.2%. So they do class it as C, so I'm changing vacancy to 6.2. Tail end of the appeal season, and we get lazy. So that changes the potential income after vacancy to 688,023. You know, again, we're not really making an issue here about non-recoverables or not. There's nothing in here that sticks out one way or another. I don't need another issue to debate, so I'm just going to change that to what the assessment department says, not because I agree with it, it's just because that's not why we brought this building into appeal. So that changes the non-recoverables to 3%. Shortfall remains the same at 863. That's just based on the higher tax load. So my new NOI is 641,224. And the cap rate we are putting on is 8%, and that comes to a value of $8,015,000. In regard to the cap rate, the issues have to do with the age of the building and the condition issues, which are constant repair, although not as tragic as demonstrated in our report. Some of these were repaired. The envelope was repaired. It doesn't improve the value. It just improves the condition of the property. And rather than being an 8, we're putting a 6, and in condition, rather than being an 8, it would be a 6. And other than that, I was just looking at another factor here. Location, I don't think that's location deficient, so that should be a 10 out of 10. That gets us to 7.98%, which is what I thought it should be, 8% cap rate. And so that is our value, $8,015,000. And again, my apologies to all, the assessor. I'm sorry this was presented to you because this wasn't fair. And I think we rushed this job out, and I apologize. We're wasting your time fixing it. But $15 rent, 8% cap, 8,015,000, and a couple of caps I was going to point out for you on should be further on in the page. Now, there were no capitalization rates to speak of in office properties in the suburbs. There are only 3 Class A's, and this is not one of them. Those 3 didn't sell. And there are a limited number of B's in the suburbs. Sorry, I'd like to have this in front of me when I suburban A's, 3, none of the 3 sold. Suburban B's, there's 9, none of them sold. And suburban C's, there are 10, of which the subject is 1, and none of those sold. What did sell was a bunch of garbage properties in the suburbs. The downtown properties, the ones that we have listed on our page 66 are and I'm going to go through them all as quickly as possible, just to give you a flavor of what's happening in the world of office. 325 Broadway, 2022 sale, hotel conversion. 125 Gary, 11 million, late 22, offer fell apart. It was for an apartment conversion. Purchaser backed out. 155 Carlton, Q3, 2022, 9%. And that was a sale of the shares, not a titled sale. 175 Carlton sold, multifamily conversion, apartments. 171 Donald sold, multifamily conversion, apartments. 230 Portage sold, from a bank under lease to a dentist office owner occupied. 363 Broadway sold, 12% in place cap rate. And 333, 191 Pioneer were under contract at $50 a square foot to buy. Deal was collapsed and withdrawn. Eventually, it was a donation. 225 Vaughan sold for multifamily conversion. Now, you see the theme here. Either cap high as an office or you sell for an alternate use. At least in the downtown, there are alternate uses, which is multifamily. The subject property has no value of that sort. What you can see from here is that either it's going to cap high or it's going to sell on a rate per square foot for an end user. And the number we have put on it is at 8015 is $164 a square foot, which if you review, if a review of sales was done, would indicate that that's where the market stood at, between 125 to 150 per square foot for sales, and a bit higher on a better property. This being a larger property, you got to find a tenant who needs a lot of space. And that's, I think, briefly, I think I've covered everything in here. I'll put 850 Pembina in here somewhere for a comp. I don't know where. Oh, there it is. Page 22. Just point out that the range in there is, as the assessor said, $15 to $17.92. But the one at the high end, which he's calling 18, had tenant inducements in it. And those people vacated as soon as their lease ran up because of concerns about noise. It's not a superior site at all to the other ones. There's nothing to choose from on the 850, 870, 890 Pembina. So it's a $15 building right now, as is the subject. I think I covered everything I wanted to. Yes, I did. Thank you.
Okay, questions, Mr. Poole?
Just a couple. You indicated that majority, if not all, of the renovation work that went into the property cured the issues. So at point of purchase, there would be no issues with the property. The capital invested is money under the bridge. At sale date at the reference date, there's nothing that really needs to be redone.
No, that's not the way I characterize it at all. What that was were what we call costs after acquisition. They were not aware of these deficiencies in the building, and had they known, they certainly wouldn't have paid as much as they did. They would have taken into account, they would have known that they needed the code upgrades of about $1 million. They would have known they needed the envelope repair of $2 million. They knew they needed the data cabling, which of course has nothing to do with realty. So the way you look at this and say, you should have offered 4 million for it, and because I got to spend 3 million after sale for it. That's the way to look at it. It doesn't get worth more because of it. It was a purchase under undue pressure without appropriate due diligence.
Who was the agent acting for the property owner who arranged for the acquisition?
I'm sorry?
What firm arranged for the acquisition of the property from Payworks? When they bought it for 6.6 million?
That was our company.
So you're saying the due diligence was on your company not finding that out or doing an investigation or what?
That is a very inappropriate question. You know nothing about our business.
I was going to ask, what's the relevance of this
You're saying there's a
question?
whole bunch of things that needed to get done, but your company handled the acquisition. What was missed? Was there brought to light? Were they informed of that? Or was it simply found out as they were wrong?
I don't know what you're looking for, but it's not about real estate. So if you knew more about how our business worked, you wouldn't ask the question, and it's entirely inappropriate. You don't know what our job is.
Given your
Yeah.
increase, which is approximately 70% of your new position from 4,698,000 to 8,015,000, that is your new position?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's based on overriding the workup that someone else prepared?
No, I think that not quite. It looks to me like
a lot of changes here. You change basically everything.
no. It looks what happened is they're in a rush to submit. We all have deadline problems. You missed one, we missed one, and this one was just done rushed. And I consulted with our people in our last break and said, "Hey, what happened here?" And they went, "Oops," and we never. It was put in an older workup without changes on it.
Okay, if I can comment, Mr. Pohl, that normally we would not, we would look dimly on someone moving further apart, but we don't mind the parties moving closer together during the hearing.
Getting my last couple of questions. You don't have your offering memorandum in your brief, but given that Colliers is representing the property, what is the ask for the property owner at the reference date?
Anything involving a potential sale would be well after the reference date. And as far as ask goes, we don't publish them, and we don't usually have an official number. We put it out. We don't want tire kickers. So the agents put it out and qualify the potential purchasers, and then they discuss price. It's not like putting a can of beans on the shelf at Safeway with an asking price.
So if they offered an $8 million sole offer, the property owner would accept it?
No idea. Post reference, not my business.
All right, that's the only questions I have.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread, any questions? You're muted there.
I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Anderson.
I'm also fine, thank you.
Okay, summation, Mr. Pohl.
I'll stick to my brief. Again, moving into municipal board level hearing that we'll have in the fall. I believe that this is a fair representation of the property as it sits at the reference date. I think it's fair market value as far as these comparables in the near vicinity for heavily renovated property that was brought to a high standard for a headquarter type building. Between the memorandum that you see, the pictures in the memorandum and the pictures that we have on file, And the listing for what was done to the property, I think you have a very good indicator of the quality of the property that would be offered. And also the scarcity of the type of property that it is, what it offers to the marketplace. How many
Oh,
other,
can you excuse me? Gotta take a call.
wait, or I can come back.
All right, welcome back. Sorry for the interruption. Mr. Pohl, you were in your summation.
I was just about to finish, just stating that the building offers a unique opportunity for a headquarter to basically move in turnkey. To a high standard of high standard building. So with that, I'll leave it at your hands.
Okay, Mr. Neufeld.
Yeah, I mean, nothing new, but I mean, the assessor's opening the door to the stuff that shouldn't be bothered with. But this talk about the municipal board, yeah, there's a long history there, and it has to be resolved. But that doesn't stop us from making an independent decision. I don't think anything will come earth-shattering out of the municipal board that's going to change the way we look at valuation. What is at stake here is the concept of chasing a sale and chasing permits to try to make value that never equals value. Sometimes you have to repair stuff, sometimes things you didn't know about, sometimes you're under undue pressure. Those issues are not material to this. What is material is what would the rent be, what would the cap be. We're using $15 across the board, which is identical to what similar quality buildings are at. Not superior buildings, not buildings of smaller areas, but similar. And we're using a cap rate which is higher than optimal for office, but it's to account for the fact that it's had problems in the past and there's no guarantee there won't be problems in the future. Unfortunately, Manitoba hydro buildings are not very good. That's all I have to say about that thing. Sorry we took so long.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to our last property then, 3401 Roblin. And again, there's class and liability on this one. So, Mr. Pohl, can you read in the base data?
Sure, file number 244483, roll number is 0100093090, and address is 3401 Roblin. The 2025 assessed value is for 1,738,000.
Okay, if I can interject here, still we do have the preliminary issue of the late brief. So can you speak to the late brief first of all?
Sure. I was off Monday. I had a message left me by the board indicating that this property was missed. I called the board 9:30, 10 o'clock the next day when I was working to discuss. I informed the board that I was unaware that the property was on. My docket doesn't say that. So my docket stops at item number 7. After discussion with the board, apparently there was an email sent with an updated docket to our management. Whether or not that made it to me, or perhaps it did make it to me and I missed an email, I was unaware that there was an appeal that was missed. Once I became aware of it, after printing off this docket today, I then completed the brief yesterday and submitted it yesterday. That's basically all I really have to say. I would just like to point out that perhaps if I was made aware of it like the day after that something was missed, that'd be beneficial to both the assessor and agent. That if we did know that, I could use a brief quick enough that Mr. Neufeld would be able to receive it within a day or two of submittal deadline and not the day before hearing.
Okay. Do you know what time this brief was submitted yesterday?
It's in the afternoon.
Yeah, I think it's good.
I don't know exactly. Later in the afternoon.
I see it in our SharePoint. It says yesterday at 2:44. Or,
That would have been sent 2:43 p.m.
yeah, 2:43. Okay, Mr. Neufeld, do you have any objection to this?
No, I don't practice revenge. So if they're late, sorry, it's all fine with me. I expect the same in return, unless there's something critical in there that let's say a penalty request. But there's nothing here, so um, I'm fine with you. Do whatever you want. How about I don't care.
Okay, all right. Um, any questions from the panel on the late receipts?
None.
No questions,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right, let's take a brief pause to deliberate, and then we'll come back with a decision. All right, welcome back. The board has deliberated, and although we note there were somewhat different circumstances than the previous decision, we will, in the interest of fairness, permit the brief into evidence. Mr. Pohl, you can begin. Or on the value, I guess we already read in the base information.
So there is no contention for class liability.
Oh yes, there is class and liability on this. Mr. Neufeld on class and liability.
Request confirmation of class and liability. I don't think there's any issues, but we are cautious.
Okay. So then on value, Mr. Pohl.
Property is built in 1973. Leasable area is for $10,150 or 10,150 square feet. 2 levels. We have a sale 2000 or on page 2 in 2021 for $2,200,000. I looked at the sale. I looked at the sales questionnaire. Printed data is below. It is a full interest sale, arm's length. Appraisal on the sale date of 2.4 million was reported. Obviously, they negotiated to 2.2. Just because the purchaser gets a appraisal done doesn't necessarily mean they can share that data with the vendor. It's a negotiation, obviously. It was reported on the sales questionnaire that it was bought for the existing net operating income, and reported capitalization rate that they used was 5%. The vendor was 341 Roblin Boulevard Inc. and the purchaser was Richland Properties Inc. So with that, pretty simple transaction. On page 3 is the sales questionnaire that we mailed out and responded to. Net rent. We have a NOI reported of $119,792. And no space that's vacant. It's occupied again by Winnipeg Regional Health. That's on page 4. And the Winnipeg Regional Health net lease rent is $14. The initial start below that was in 2003, and that was approximately $11.86. So the lease does end in 2024. I'm unaware of anything beyond that point. So. On page 6 is pictures of the property. Again, this is a building that Winnipeg Regional Health is leased out. It was not specifically built for them. On page 7 is the comparables for Roblin in the near vicinity. Bit of background. Obviously, I found out about this a little early yesterday morning and went, okay, I'll have to get this done quick. This is an older spreadsheet that I used for years, previous years under Peel. I didn't have a chance to update it, but I did update the rents that are in place below it, just so you can see pushing the reference date. So as we can see, there's a little bit older dated rents that range between 15 and 17 on the spreadsheet there. And that for the Roblin area is averaged $13.87, weighted average of 14.44, and a median of 14, similar to what the subject property is performing at. And trying to update the rents that that expired or were coming to the end of their term to see what new activity was in those comparables. We see that for comp 1, they renewed at $14 for 5 years. In 2021, and for comp number 2, $17 in November 2022 for 5 years. Comparable 3 and 4 are vacant. Comparable number 5, the renew was at $15, and that was in April of 2021 for a 5-year term. Comparable number 6 was converted over to retail, so it's no longer applicable. Comparable number 7, $17 was renewed in September of 2020 for 6 years. And I didn't have any information on on page 8 is the Winnipeg Regional Health. We just talked to it at length in a prior appeal. I won't go into as much detail today or now as we already did today, but this would be the bottom comparable. Comps 15 to 25, simply spaces that Winnipeg Regional Health leases out in the marketplace. Same idea, what would you get for a Winnipeg Regional Health tenancy in your building? If they were to just simply occupy an existing building that wasn't specifically built for them. We see for the comparables, for the 10 comparables, we have 47,560 square feet. Median CRU is approximately 33.50. Average rent $16.57. Weighted average of $16.96, and a median of 15. Again, pictures are in the brief. Reference them if you'd like. We can see that the subject property is just a tad under that at $14. Right. So with that, we go to page 16. We see that it is 40S and it is appropriate for class and liability. Winnipeg Regional Health does occupy it. 40S is typically what they receive within the marketplace. And that's why I had questions of, are they still in property on January 1st, 2025? I believe they are. So unless I've been told otherwise, or being told otherwise, the board should have the 40S in place. On page 16, as we go along, we see the 10,150 square feet, made the market rent at $12.45 applied. Below the subject property, $14 achieved. We have a PGI of 126,368. We have a leasable area, for the leasable area, for the vacancy at 6%, we give effective gross income of 118,786, expenses at 3%, dollars for shortfall, gives a net operating income of 110,350. That is about 10,000 or so below the actual performance of the property, around 119,000 range. So capped at 6.35%, this is a value of $1,738,000. When we look at what the sales for, you see that we're under from a market approach. We see that the capitalization rate that we applied is 1.35% greater than what the property owner purchased it for. With all things being equal, the sale price in the contract was obviously given a bit more weight, but we're still in the model. I think it's the most likely sale price that would be achieved on an unencumbered by lease single basis, and that's the value that I recommend today. So I don't know if questions.
Good questions, Mr. Neufeld, and recognizing that this is primarily a cap rate issue.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, that's fine. Right. So this building has been assessed under your OFS standards, correct?
Yes.
And why wouldn't have been, say, OFM or something else like this?
I don't believe there's any people for this particular property. I don't believe there's any clients or any public access to this building. It's simply used for Winnipeg health purposes. My understanding from past appeals, from how they use the property, it's almost like a base of operations for the area where they send out professionals into the workplace. This is their chunk.
Well, that's funny because 640 Main, 650 Main is an office and it's set as an OFM. So I'm just wondering if there's some continuity on the WHA properties.
I'm not reviewing 650 today. I'm just simply reporting what
Okay.
it's being used for.
And And wouldn't expect any different answers than any question I asked earlier. So I guess no. Yeah. No, I'm fine. No questions. No
Okay.
more questions.
All right. Thank you for that. Any questions, Ms. Anderson?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Whitbread?
So are you suggesting that you're not aware that there are clients that access the services provided on the main floor of that building?
My understanding from past appeal and Mr. Neufeld and what I reviewed in the property, my understanding is that no public access is to this building. It's simply used for their personnel, meaning if you have home care or whatever from regional health under their umbrella, come out to see you wherever you live, this is where they come from for the area. There's no public access to treatment or anything else in the site.
Thank you. No other questions.
Okay, so Mr. Neufeld, your presentation then.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess we won't waste much time on the income because whatever you pick is fine. We have a higher rent and the assessor has a lower rent. We use the paid rent. The site was an access center, decommissioned as such, but then turned into a provision of services. A lot of it is by home services. They use this as their base of operations for sending out home services. Again, it's all covered under the exemption that it has, a school tax exempt. Nothing changes, still providing care for the sick and indigent. There may be repurposing in the future. The lease was renewed. I don't have the renewal rate, but it is post-reference. Just a comment on my knowledge of the sale is that vendor and purchaser were aware of a renewal that would be coming in at a higher rate when they made their transaction, because the deadlines for renewal were in and around the date of the proposed sale. So what the assessor presented on cap isn't accurate. It was a different number, but all post-reference. Very common, though, in our world to determine what the future rent's going to be when you make a purchase decision. As far as the cap rate goes, it's not much of a building. Already been decommissioned once for the use. We looked at the Collier's 6.5 for the best A and B suburban, and worked downwards from there. Came up with 8.5, and the issues with the age, the quality of the building. There were some adjustments made here for the paid rent because we normally don't do because of the uncertainty and the change in use and the fact that it couldn't perform up to what it was before. But I think those are inappropriate for what we're doing. And if you remember what I said earlier, what each of these little points was worth, so we just changed the cap rate to 8%. Because those again, we went and reviewed it and reviewed the planned use. So we're going to use we're going to stick with our value 118,506 at 8%, and that is 1,481,325. So rounded to 1,481.
Okay, questions, Mr. Paul?
Other than the change, you're using a 8% capitalization rate now, which is a full 3% greater than what the owner reported, the subject property at purchase, which was reference.
Sorry, you're asking me questions about your evidence. I've already deemed that it was incorrect on the transaction. That's my answer.
The transaction was post-reference, Mr. Neufeld?
I said it was incorrect, or cap rate is what I said.
Was the purchase in post-reference?
The cap rate you provided is not accurate to the discussion on the sale that I was privy to.
What did the property owner purchase it for?
Argue as much as you want. I'm telling you what I know, and that's my answer. Do you want me to change it because you're asking more questions? No, it's my answer.
No point to continue. I'll just have summary commentary. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread, any questions?
There's an elevator in the building, Mr. Neufeld?
Yes, I have.
So no, I said, is there an elevator in the?
Oh, I thought you said, was I in it? No, there is not.
Is
I couldn't find one.
Is there air conditioning in the building?
Let me think about that. Yes, there is.
I'll leave
Yes.
it. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Anderson.
No
Okay.
questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Summation, Mr. Paul.
I reviewed the sale and the market data, the subject property. The sale was not post-reference. Sale date was June of 2021. The owner provided a sales verification form filled out. They purchased it for 2.2 million. They had an appraisal done at purchase at 2.4. They indicated that it was purchased for the existing and operating income, and they used the capitalization rate of 5%. We see that the property is achieving $119,000 NOI. We have it slightly underneath that at around 110. And of course, we put market parameters that produced in sale or an estimated value, assessed value of 1.738 million. I don't think that's, I don't think it's the right way. I think that's conservative. I think it should be maintained when there's a sale approaching the reference date and everything lines up and the owner fills out a sales questionnaire, reports to us better performance than what our model is. To say that it's simply post-reference or inaccurate, I don't think that's appropriate. And I think we should take that into light in your consideration. So today, just please confirm the 1.738 million. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Neufeld.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned, my client has informed me that they had signed an extension and that the purchaser was aware that they had signed a renewal, and therefore, whatever someone suggests was a cap rate would be misleading you, because a cap rate isn't based on what's happened. It's what you know is going to happen at the time of sale. And they knew they were getting more money, so they're going to pay more for it. I don't have the exact number, and of course, they didn't come into effect until it was post-reference. But they signed, as I understand, a lengthy extension. And referring to what I'd provided before in rebuttal is you put faith in sales involving government agencies. The standards that professionals live by is they need to be verified with more than just reading a form. You have to contact the participants in it and understand what the motivations were. So but this is not what mass appraisal usually does. You get a form and that's the end of it, and you present it and you make a model. But I don't work for the vendor. I work for WHA, and they had no knowledge of this sale other than what they were told that was coming. They don't participate in it, and their purpose is to provide healthcare. I think that the cap rate in the market without the WHA in there is going to be quite difficult. And on Roblin Boulevard, with putting in 10,000 square feet of office space in a neighborhood where 3,000 is a big number. So those are the issues it faces. And again, market value, not what any purchase would have been called investment value. We're looking at market value, and that's assuming we're not, unlike what the assessors presented, we're not relying on transactions that involve government agencies. It's as simple as that. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, we've now heard all properties on today's agenda, and this hearing is now adjourned. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your capable presentations.
Thank you. I'm gonna have to leave everyone. All day.
Yep. And unless anybody on the panel needs a break, I think we should get right at it.
Agree.